Hi. Hello. How you doing? How's it going? Everybody Gucci? Everybody cooking? Everybody doing great? Fantastic. Truly. Fantabulous. Fantabulous. Hello everybody. Welcome. um so today's weird. I'm not quite sure what I had some things I wanted to talk about, but I wasn't like 100% sure what it is that I wanted to talk about. There's some things I did want to clear up that I noticed later about the current chapter, so we can get into that briefly, and I can talk about that just really quick. The dolls. So I pieced most of this together, but I didn't like piece every single thing together for you guys because again, we're supposed to be creating contrast to what the dude is saying. And so the first one is we have a green light and we have a new road, right? Then we have a couple that are happy together, and then it zooms out and they're together, and there's no third party, and there's no fighting or anything. No matter if you look at it up close or you look at it far away, they're clearly happy together, right? Then you have these two images that contrast this dude seemingly fighting the his ex's boyfriend, quote unquote. And you have two things contrasting. You have this right here, the dolls, which are supposed to be kids, and it's supposed to represent innocence, and it costs 500 yen. Interestingly, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but the 500 yen, that's around the price of the manga volume. The manga volume prices are around 500 to 594 yen. So it's around like $4 or something, $3. They're really cheap. It's just shipping costs a lot of money. So I'm curious if that's the intention behind that. Seeing literally like you can get this and it's this cute innocent thing is kind of the point. And then of course you have the cab ride on the other side. I also like how it flows diagonally. You'll notice like the words literally flow diagonally, and it literally shifts. It shifts from being this one has less, this one has more, this one has more, this one has less, and this one completely overtakes this one. So the innocence is overtaken by the path forward, and I think that's kind of fascinating. Like you have this innocence right here, contrasting to the car, and then the car like expands, right? The new path forward expands. All this other stuff like fades, and the path forward expands, literally mirroring how Kazuya in the chapter, literally like every he tunes everything the fuck out, and he just starts focusing exactly on the feeling he's supposed to be feeling. And again, there's that emphasis on Kazuya's eyes as the words literally fade. So literally, as as all this stuff fades, so too do the words of the guy, and then Kazuya's words take over the screen. So that's just cool stuff I noticed while I sat down with this a little bit briefly. Now, for the whole thing with Kazuya, uh, s- a friend named Jorg mentioned how the openings are all like Kazuya seemingly chasing after Chizuru. And then the most recent opening is Kazuya actually reaching Chizuru. But what's fascinating about it is that it's a dream. So it does make you wonder: is Kazuya gonna come back? You know, it feels like Kazuya should come back, but he has two conflicting things that are literally clashing in his head right now. He has this element of trust, and then he has the rejection right here, but also the commitment and the fear of that, right? And so he has these two clashing elements that he's dealing with. And it feels like Kazuya should be the one to move now, considering we're supposed to be reversing events, right? Ironic, you would think Kazuya should be the one to move now, but this is where I get to the chapter I was just on before we opened up. In this one, Chizuru's girlfriends at school. Let me move myself. Chizuru's girlfriends at school ask her, "Do you do you like guys who come on strong during dates?" They ask her, "Hey, do you like guys who come on strong during dates?" And Chizuru just says, "Oh, I've seen that before, right? It doesn't it's natural between guys and girls. I've seen that before." And so her friend writes, Chizuru's cool with guys who come on strong. But here's an interesting little tidbit. If we go to what her friend Yoko was saying, she says right here, we girls call that the cotton ball effect. You've heard about it, right? It's when the guy you've always thought of as a stuffed animal tries to make a move, and you're taken aback like he suddenly grew a pair of balls. While I'm okay with, I'm okay with anything as long as it's Takakun. She's dating that senpai dude who with the mohawk, and she says she's okay as long as it's Takakun. It's supposed to be a nod to Kazuya suddenly acting completely different, when he asked Chizuru out, where he was like, super manly and all that. And you literally see that right here. So Chizuru actually wants him to come on. Like, Chizuru actually wants him to do something. And Chizuru actually wants him to desire and to want something from her so she can give him something. So when he says he'll wait, she gives him something. When he's leaving, she gives him the keychain. It feels like Kazuya should try one more time. Like, literally, he's been essentially given the green light. Try one more time. You're gonna get it. And I feel like that's the idea, is that in the date, Chizuru essentially wanted him to come on strong. She wanted him to say what he wants and to desire things. That's why, like, literally, you hear ba-dump, 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 ba-dump. It's specifically because it's him. Just like how right here, Yoko, Chizuru's friend, literally says, I'm okay as long as it's him. So this is literally supposed to mirror Chizuru. I'm okay as long as it's Kazuya. Whatever he wants, I'm okay with it as long as it's him. And so that's supposedly, I think, what's kind of cooking in the background. Now, there's some interesting tidbits here that I did want to add to. The two friends here say something interesting that actually nods to the date in meaningful ways. For instance, but really, if you go out with a guy for drinks, you should be prepared for whatever happens next, date or not. Kazuya and Chizuru go out for drinks, and Chizuru was literally preparing for that, right? Like, literally after they go out drinking, like, Chizuru was seemingly ready. It's like, okay, the kiss is going to happen. He's going to do something now. And Kazuya doesn't do anything. The Kazuya that asked her out wasn't the Kazuya in the date. Those were like two different people. And while Kazuya seemingly has moments where he says what he wants, those moments to Chizuru are like Kazuya putting himself down. And this should be moments where, like, Kazuya shouldn't feel like that. She's like, she keeps telling him, you shouldn't feel like that. I'll do what you want because that's what you want. But I don't want you to feel like that about yourself. In contrast, you have Chizuru's other friends say this. Huh? Really? I think it can work out, though, being friends with a guy. This, in contrast, is supposed to be about Minnie. And you see that in how the girls are dressed. She's kind of dressed more like Chizuru-ish. She literally has that. And she's dressed more like Minnie with the hoodie and everything. So, literally, what ends up happening with Kazuya and Minnie? They also go out drinking, and nothing happens. They're just homies, right? Kazuya and Minnie literally go out drinking at night, and nothing happens. They're literally just friends. In contrast, when Kazuya and Chizuru go out drinking, it's supposed to be a big moment, and Chizuru thought Kazuya was going to come on strong, and he didn't. Kazuya didn't do anything. So, again, I'm going to come back to that thing that Chizuru has made it clear to him, I'm feeling shit. And she just wants him to do something. Come on strong. Like Kazuya, say what you want. It seems to be, no matter what we do, we come back to that idea. Kazuya, say what you want. So in contrast, whereas Chizuru has these expectations, Kazuya is freaked out, right? Kuri literally tells him Chizuru-san could even be waiting for that, and Kazuya seemingly prepares for it, but doesn't do anything. So I think this is how the condom's going to come back in some way, right? Either way, we have some interesting chapters ahead. Because just as we started doing reversals of the date already, we could probably see more reversals happening. Now, as for the immediate next chapter, I don't know how much we're going to get. I don't know how much we're going to get in terms of the talk with Minnie. Will we even get a talk with Minnie? Right? Will we even get a discussion with Minnie? Will that even actually happen? It's kind of hard to know. It's kind of hard to predict. But I do think Chizuru and Minnie should have some sort of conversation, but I don't think it will give us all the answers. I get the feeling we might not get all the answers. But just like here, Chizuru is in silence, and literally everything everyone else is saying sets the tone. There's also like an interesting thing that happens in the date itself, where in the date, they have, what's happening? In the date itself, trying to get my ideas straight. In the date itself, I've mentioned before how it's a contrast to Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, the characters are literally being tied down by everyone's expectations, everybody else's expectations. In contrast, this date is solely about them, and Reiji actively shows the other characters not being there. However, Kazuya and Chizuru are literally surrounded by people. They're literally surrounded by people. Actually, give a break to my boy. She kissed him. What more of a break do you want? What more of a break do you want? She literally kissed him, and she literally presented him an option. Choose. Right? It's literally about Kazuya's agency and choices. Like, if the dude wants this, he's gotta like push one more time. He's been given the clue. Hey, you've been given the green fucking light. Push one more time. You're gonna get it. Stop being afraid. Right? Kazuya's been afraid this entire time. He needs to stop being afraid. I'm sorry, life isn't so easygoing. You're not gonna just, like, constantly catch breaks in life. Chizuru has actually been taking care of Kazuya the entire time, in my opinion. While I do think Kazuya is struggling here, and that's perfectly fair, bro, you gotta face this shit head on. And I think if Kazuya faces this shit head on, he'll get what he wants. In the date, in my opinion, Kazuya didn't face it head on. Only after the date did Kazuya actually honestly face it head on. Kazuya in the date, while he was trying, his answers were very passive. And he wasn't being his most honest self. He was hiding a whole bunch of times. His intentions were not clear. He wasn't the same Kazuya that asked her out. That was a completely different Kazuya. She has given him the forest. Yeah, like any other, like literally it can't be any brighter color green, bro. This is forest fucking green, right? We're not like literally, you've been given the ultimate go ahead. I get it's confusing, but that's the point. That's the point of us seeing the keychain. I get it's confusing, but you got to pick trust, right? Pick trust over expectations, right? Kazuya has to pick trust over expectations. He's literally drifting between two choices. Turn these expectations into opportunities, right? Turn the bad ending into an opportunity. And then literally trust. The whole theme of Finding Nemo is letting go of the idea of who you think someone is and learning to trust them. Isn't that literally what happens? Marlin has to literally let go of the idea that his son is weak and can't do anything and trust that he can be a leader. In some ways, Chizuru's kind of doing that too. She literally let Kazuya go and she's trusting him. Now Kazuya needs to trust her back, right? Kazuya needs to trust her back. It's like, okay, she's giving you the clues, dude. She's giving you the signs. Like it's not about finding complete understanding. Like literally, it's not just about communication, it's about understanding each other. And you've been given the exact things you need to know to trust her, right? You said you trust her, you got to trust her. She's trusting him, now he's got to trust her, right? And it feels and to me it feels like a leap of faith moment for Kazuya. He should come back. He should trust her a little bit. And I get it, that does sound unfair to some people. And it maybe in some ways it is unfair. Maybe in some ways it is unfair, but I don't know. I think Chizuru literally gave him what he wanted. He said he'd wait. She's like, you don't have to wait. She gave him literally what he wanted. And so it's important to recognize that it's not about being fair. It's about what you want. So it being unfair in some ways is the point. What do you fucking want? It's not about being fair. What do you fucking want? Life isn't about life generally is not fair. And you create your own happiness, right? You find what you want in all of that. You create your own happiness. So to me, it's not about catching a break. It's about, bro, you want this dream? Fucking chase it. And Kazuya has been hesitating on chasing it. And the one time he opened up, literally a single time he opened up, where he literally fought back against Chizuru, and he told her, sorry, I'm going to keep loving you. I don't care what you say. And she felt totally accepted because of that acceptance. She was like, okay, I'm going to let go of this idea of what I think I need to do to be in a relationship with him. That's the point of the kiss to me. That to me is like the point of the kiss. Chizuru didn't just let go of herself. She let go of the idea of what she thinks she needs to do to be with him. But she's giving him the choice. Okay, bro. Choice is all yours, right? I've let go of the idea of what I need to do to be in a relationship with you. This idea of worth, of who I am, of all of this. I'm just going to let it go. All you, buddy. All you, buddy. Kazuya fumbled the date very hard until realizing it's too late, but he has to push now. Kazuya, she again throwing the ball to him. Kazuya, like, yeah, I mean, I don't think Kazuya fumbled the entire date, but he wasn't being himself. But so was Chizuru. I do have to point that out. Both characters, it wasn't just Kazuya, both characters were trapped in this illusion of who other people wanted them to be. A great example, I talked about this movie a few times and I really like it. The Superman film, the whole point of the film grapples with the idea of how what everyone wants Superman to be instead of who he is. It's his choices, his actions, not everybody else's. So, and the reason I mention this is because for a long time, Superman as a character was basically, who Superman isn't what people want. That's what studios came to understand. That's how the Snyderverse became a thing, where it's like, that character isn't really Superman. He's not a character that represents hope. He's this character who deals with these dark, gritty ideas. He fucking kills people and all that terrible shit. In contrast, who Superman is literally this person who is a puppy dog, who's cute and adorable, and he literally, like, cares for people, and he says, gosh darn it, and all that crap. But that's the best part. That's the best part of Superman. And so the movie grapples with this idea of Superman trying to be himself, and everyone wants him to be something else, including Lois. Lois is like the cat to his dog, right? Where he's like puppy dog in love with her. She is like cynical and unsure and doubting this Superman because of her upbringing, right? So, and that kind of mirrors the characters here, where the characters have to let go of this idea of who they think they need to be in a relationship. And that was the point. That was what the investigation kind of was. That's what Minnie kind of unintentionally set in stone when talking to the characters. She set this idea in stone that they needed to be a certain person to be in this relationship, much to the mirror of us, the viewers, who kept telling the characters, oh, you're not good enough. You suck. You don't deserve this relationship. Just as Mommy would tell that to Chizuru, or just as Kibe would tell Kazuya he's good for nothing sometimes, or Minnie would tell Kazuya to be a certain thing. He needs to be her master, right? We read yesterday from how someone was talking about how all of the characters don't call each other their names. So Kazuya calls her Mizuhara. Chizuru doesn't say his name, and Minnie calls him master. Whereas Minnie calls Chizuru, Kazuya calls Minnie Yamori, and Chizuru Chizuru just calls her Minnie. Minnie calls Chizuru Chizuru, and Kazuya calls Minnie Yamori. They all say each other's names in those specific pairs, but there's always like one disconnect, right? And I think that's so fascinating, right? Like Chizuru calls Minnie Minnie, Kazuya still calls her Yamori, but Minnie calls Kazuya Master. He literally needs to be her hero. He needs to be the master, right? And that's so fascinating to show how the characters all want everybody else to be something else instead of being who they are. And they do it without realizing. They do it without realizing, and they do it to themselves too. Like Chizuru was in some ways trying to be Ruka in some ways in the date. And in so doing, because she's stuck between what's real and what's fake, she unintentionally created the scenarios that made Kazuya doubt his answers. So when she's asking these questions, she's actually making Kazuya doubt his answers. But Kazuya, in turn, isn't giving honest answers. Do you see the problem? Everybody was always... Remember how... This is what I mean when I say Kazuya wasn't the one who just fumbled the date entirely. Both of them fumbled. Both of them fumbled the date hard. It was both of them. They both fucked up. Chizuru fucked up in asking these super insane questions that were in fact about her. Kazuya fucked up in not giving honest answers and not being his most honest self in the date. In the date, he hesitates a lot, but it's because Chizuru's unintentionally pushing him away without realizing she's doing this. Chizuru's trying to take down her armor, and when she asks these questions, it actually reflects the very armor she's afraid of. That the questions are my armor, and she doesn't realize it. And you see this where there's two paralleling chapters that reflect both Kazuya and Chizuru's fears, respectively, on what the point of those moments were. Chapter 13, chapter 364, part 13. Chizuru asks Kazuya, "How many kids do you want?" And it makes Kazuya freak out, and he asks her, why do you ask that? Ha ha ha. I mean, I have to do research. Stuff like that is important, right? When she places this element of importance and expectations on this, it actually makes Kazuya freak out and worry more. And she realizes this when she asks about love. When she asks about love, she realizes that these questions are actually making him uncomfortable. In reality, the questions actually reflect Chizuru's own insecurities and fears. They reflect that the fear of not being accepted. Every single question she asks, she's afraid she's not going to be accepted. All Chizuru wants here is acceptance. That's the point of these questions. That's why when Kazuya gives his answer, Chizuru just says, "Oh." And then when they're on the ride, notice what happens. They get on the ride, Kazuya has his eyes wide open, Chizuru has an eye closed and an eye open. Kazuya, in Chizuru's POV, is facing this head on, right? Kazuya keeps his eyes open when they're riding the roller coaster. So he's literally looking at the fear head on. In contrast, Chizuru wasn't. So he gives her courage. And she gives her answer. She tells him what she actually wants. Because he encouraged her. Without realizing he encouraged her. Right? So she gives this answer in the hope to be expected. To be accepted. Sorry. She gives this answer in the hope to be accepted. Accepted. What does she say? Do you think that that's maybe a little bit childish? That I want something like that. That reflects that she wanted to be accepted here. That reflects she wants to be accepted here. And when Kazuya accepts that, she says, I'm glad, but it's a small panel. It should have been a big moment, but it's a small panel. Then she asks him about cheating. And again, he gives an answer she doesn't really connect with, and she feels weird about it. The brilliance of this date is that it is literally both of them connecting and getting super close, and yet at the same time fumbling the whole thing because of their own expectations. Because of their own perceptions and illusions created by their expectations. And those expectations all shatter in chapter 384, where Chizuru's expectation of time, of Kazuya being unhappy, of Kazuya deserving to move on and all of that, completely shatters when he tells her, I'm gonna believe in you despite everything that happened, and I'm gonna keep loving you no matter what. I don't think I'll ever love anyone the way I love you. When he says this, the expectation of Chizuru's expectations of time, of needing to be good enough, of literally needing to get the answers, to being worried about being accepted, being worried about being good enough, being scared that she's gonna be hated by him, that he's not gonna love her anymore, being scared that like things are just not gonna work out, or she's not gonna be able to make him happy, all went out the window. The illusion of time, that Chizuru thought she was running out of time and she needed to like worry about this element of time, got tossed out the window. In contrast, Kazuya's illusion that he needed to act a certain way, that Chizuru was this big scary thing he was supposed to be afraid of because he might lose her if this happens, it got shattered when he got rejected. When he experiences the rejection, that just completely shatters. And so this illusion of the research, of the investigation, this illusion that he needs to give right answers or do all these right things, none of it mattered, because despite the rejection, his feelings didn't change. So if his feelings were never going to change, why was he always giving these answers that weren't true to himself? Why was he never saying what he wanted? Why was he never doing what he wanted if he was going to get turned down? So what if Kazuya did do some of the things he wanted in the date, and literally he didn't get the result he wanted? That was the whole point. That's the whole point of chapter 322 or something like that, when Chizuru's talking to her friends. They literally, the girl, let's go back to it really quick. Not here. 322. Chizuru's friend literally says, I'm okay with anything as long as it's Take-kun. So literally, if Kazuya had just done these things and took a risk and learned that, hey, maybe Chizuru isn't against it, or he could have asked if Chizuru was against him being playful or doing these things, maybe it wouldn't, maybe, it would have been okay. So this is literally Chizuru telling Kazuya here, I'm not against anything you want. That's the point of the kiss. I'm not against anything you want. Just as you accepted me, I'm accepting you. So Kazuya's illusion that Chizuru will hate anything he wants to do is shattering. That's what's going on right now. Kazuya's illusion that Chizuru will hate anything he wants to do, that Chizuru will act annoyed or frustrated or indifferent whenever Kazuya wants something, is shattering. The illusion that Chizuru has no expression on her face, right? This illusion is shattering. So Chizuru's illusion on the walk home shattered. Chizuru's illusion on the walk home shattered. That like, okay, I had this illusion that he was never gonna accept me, or I was afraid, or no, not that he's never gonna accept me. I had this illusion that what I wanted was too much for him. I had this illusion that what I wanted wasn't good enough for him. And so this also shows another thing that's kind of important. When Chizuru mentions her job, when she turns him down in chapter 380, that's an illusion too. When she says, I'm, literally, if you read it as, if you interpret it as she's picking her lifestyle over him, that's actually an illusion. That's actually part of the illusion. The wording is intentionally about an illusion, that she would pick her job over him, when you've constantly been shown she would never do that. It's the illusion that what she has is too much. It's Chizuru's illusion that what she wants is too much for him. That he's never like that she desires too much. When in reality, Kazuya would accept anything. He doesn't care. Kazuya will accept all of her. What she wants isn't too much. When he's carrying her, she's not heavy to him, right? When he's carrying her home, she's not heavy for him, right? He literally, what does Kazuya say when she says, I'm sorry? What does the first thing Kazuya say? No worries. Your feelings are what's important. That's life, you know. Where is it? Don't worry, you're not heavy at all. Don't worry, your feelings are what's important. She says it one more time. I mean, it's just not right if I were you. What are you talking about? It's not your fault you got a blister. All of those lines actually matter. Every single line he says here actually matters. Because every single one is reassurance to Chizuru that she is not asking too much. That she doesn't desire too much. That her desires are not too much. Right? But what happens here? When Chizuru keeps telling him, what I desire is too much, and he keeps telling her, no, it isn't, it literally now it's flipping the script. It's Chizuru telling Kazuya, okay, this is what I want. Tell me what you want. What you desire isn't too much. And she keeps giving him clues that what he desires isn't too much. First is the keychain. Hey, here's this keychain. Here's this keychain that what you want isn't too much. You can have this. You can take something. You're allowed to take something. You can have this. Then, when he tells her one more time that I'll keep loving you, she kisses him, telling him again, what you want isn't too much. I will give you what you want. This is what I want, right? I'm going to show you what I want. I'm going to let go of this idea of what I think I need to be and show you what I want. When she shows what she wants, he has to show. She gave him the green light. Okay, show me what you want. Do you want to come back and live with me? Do you want to kiss me? Do you want to be with me? Do you want things? What do you want, Kazuya? That's the constant repeating question that's being posed to us in this arc. What do you want, Kazuya? Say it. Right? And literally in chapter 316, what does Kazuya do? Right? Kazuya lied. In chapter 316, Kazuya lied. Or sorry, chapter 315. Let me go to it. In chapter 315, Kazuya wanted to ask her out on a date. She comes home, and he sees her tired. What if she's not okay with this? She's tired. What if she's not okay with this? Then she says, my play has technical difficulties which are a hassle to deal with. The meeting dragged on too. I'm pretty tired, honestly. Okay. Again, I just want to relax in the bath. I bet. Actually, did she forget about my message? She turns around. She didn't forget. Okay? Kazuya asks, do you have any plans for next weekend? It drops. Expectations. What stops his expectations? What stops him from not being afraid? What stops him from being afraid? Her. Since when did your beauty start making me feel strong instead of nervous? Right? But isn't that ironic? In the date, her beauty actually makes him scared. He doesn't know. He doesn't know when it happened. And what does Kazuya do here? Kazuya opens the curtain. Kazuya is the one who opens it. Kazuya makes a choice. I lied just now. Forget all of it. I want to ask you out on a date. Right? Now, when we get to the date, you're like, okay, this sets your expectations up, which is the fucking point. This is the brilliant thing Reiji does. This is the brilliant thing that Reiji does, and it works narratively. It's not here to hurt us, right? It's not here to hurt us. The thing that was holding them back this entire time is expectations. Are you guys able to see me, or is there lag? Is there lag? Just let me know. I'm gonna drink some tea. 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 No lag. Wonderful. Let's mercy, motherfuckers. Okay. So, basically what Reishi does that's brilliant is he sets this element of expectations. But if you're just reading the story and you're thinking to yourself, okay, We set the ground rules. This is getting hype. Kazuya is saying what he wants. He seems determined. And he introduces something else. You have the positive expectations, which reflect what you want. Then you have the negative expectations, which is what everybody else wants, or what you think you should be. This is where you have that contrast. This is where it comes full circle. In this day, the characters I mentioned are clashing with who they want to be and who they or who they think they need to be. And that's a constant clash. Literally, like I said, when Chizuru was turning him down, Chizuru's talking about should, Kazuya's talking about want. But Kazuya's talking about want in his head, not outwards. He's not saying it outwards, right? And they came to an understanding afterwards of what Kazuya actually wants. When he told her what he wants here, right? It literally countered everything she understood. He not only accepted her, he finally told her what he wanted. And she says no here. Why? Why does Chizuru devolve to saying no, 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 you can't? Because he's going to keep saying it otherwise. But no. No, but no. No, but no. No, but no. No, but no. Right? This is the part that I think is hardest for people to understand and grasp, because it's literally the idea here. If anything, I think that's the idea here. The point is to have this moment where you're getting mixed signals. You're getting mixed signals from Chizuru here because she's saying no, but then she kisses him after. So you get mixed signals. This creates a moment where it's very easy for people to assume the worst. It becomes so easy for people to assume the worst, where it's like, oh, she's just leading him on. She's just being a terrible person and all that. When in reality, what's actually happening here is that these mixed signals are literally representative of her own confusion. Because now everything she understood just fucking shattered. And all she can cling on to is this idea that what she's feeling is wrong. So she keeps saying no. Until she gets to the very end and she reaches almost a sense of acceptance. Where basically the whole idea here is the constant back and forth of rejection and acceptance. And that's literally what it is. Whereas Chizuru keeps sticking to the idea that Kazuya can't accept her. What she's saying here is, don't accept me. Don't accept your feelings for me. Don't accept me. And Kazuya keeps saying, I'm going to accept you. I'm going to keep accepting you. She's not saying, I'm rejecting you. This is the important part. This is the nuance people lose here. This isn't Chizuru turning him down constantly. This is Chizuru telling him, you can't keep loving me. But Kazuya doesn't need her permission. So what Chizuru is actually doing here, when she keeps saying no, is she keeps wanting him to say what he wants. Because every time she says no, he says what he wants. That's what's happening. The one thing she was never able to get in the date. Kazuya constantly saying what he wants. So she keeps saying no, so he'll say what he wants. When she keeps saying no, 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 she's not saying no to reject him. She's saying no, don't keep loving me, because he will keep loving her. He will keep saying what he wants. Because when she says no, when she rejects it, he says what he actually wants. It's not just about her being accepted by him. It's literally about Kazuya finally saying what he wants. So whenever she says no, he says yes. Because what he wants is yes, not no. So she keeps saying no, so he keeps saying yes. And it creates this loop. It's literally yin and yang. You need the no to exist so you get a yes. Chizuru was hella confused when she was saying no again and again. Her head was rolling as in this. Chizuru, stop loving me, Kazuya, request denied. Pretty much. And so Chizuru keeps saying this because she finally saw Kazuya. Chizuru is literally saying this because she finally saw Kazuya. And then she remembers her grandpa, right? Because her grandpa, what would he do? He would keep dreaming regardless of what Chizuru said. What would her grandpa do? He kept going regardless of what Chizuru said. It's the fundamental denial, ironically, the fundamental denial of the idea that you can't be who you are, right? I can be whoever the fuck I want, right? And I'm going to keep walking that path forward. And so that's some of the hidden meaning in the no here. That's what Chizuru found. She found Kazuya here, right? When she kept telling him no, he just kept saying sorry. Literally like she was saying sorry. He's rejecting her denial. He's rejecting her rejection. I'm going to be true to my feelings. You can't reject my feelings. And because of this, Kazuya finally said what he wanted. And when she finally realized how to reach him, she's like, okay, that's all I need to do. I understand now. I understand him. This moment is when Chizuru finally came to an understanding about Kazuya and herself, and her illusion shattered. That Kazuya's feelings, she misunderstood them. She lost track of Kazuya's feelings. She misunderstood them. She lost track of Kazuya. That he doesn't care about carrying her. He doesn't care about any of this stuff. He doesn't care about giving and taking and whatever. He doesn't care about the push and pull dynamic. He doesn't care about that. He just wants to be with her. And nothing, and his feelings for her will never fade. That doesn't matter. And that's, to me, what Chizuru realized here. She was given complete acceptance, and in so doing, she literally kept wanting that acceptance not just for herself, but Kazuya to accept himself. So when she keeps saying no, Kazuya accepts himself more. Kazuya keeps accepting what he feels and doesn't deny it anymore. So she keeps saying no, so Kazuya keeps accepting himself. She just says no, so Kazuya keeps accepting himself. And her kiss was the yes, pretty much. I think Chizuru did find her answer without finding her answer. That's pretty much it. I think Chizuru did fall in love in this walk home. I genuinely think so. While at the same time, maybe she's still just a tad confused, right? Maybe she doesn't think she's ready, but that's the point, is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as, basically, have you noticed whenever Kazuya voices what he feels, she gives it to him. Whenever Kazuya says what he wants, she gives it to him now. And that's what she's saying. That's literally what she keeps saying. When she gives him the key back, she's telling him, hey, if you want to put this back with it, you can get that too. That was the clue here. That was the clue. When she gives him the keychain, that was the clue. Hey, if you want to put this back with the other thing, you can have it. You can put it back. I want you to carry this around because I want you to have it. Right? So if you tell me what you want so I can give it to you. That's literally what you're saying. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Because I love you that much. You mean that much to me. That's pretty much the whole point. I'm not as attached to Hulk Hogan as most other people for various reasons. If anything, I feel more about Ozzy Osbourne. I feel more about that. But yeah, that's just my point. But yeah, that to me is what's going on here. It's Kazuya accepting himself and Chizuru in turn accepting him. Whenever Kazuya acts, she doesn't react. Whenever Kazuya acts like this right here, when he makes his jokes, notice what she says here. I'll be off then. Is this all you're taking? Mostly clothes. Thanks for cleaning up the room. Kazuya says sorry about the curtain. It's fine. I'll take it off with Minnie-chan. Did you notice how Chizuru took it off on her own? She didn't need Minnie. Right? Don't worry about that. I got it. Don't worry. Minnie will help me. Why don't you help her, Kazuya? Why don't you help her, Kazuya? Except she didn't need Minnie. She took it off on her own. Right? Chizuru took the curtain off on her own, but she told him that she'll take it off with Minnie-chan when she didn't need Minnie. Right? I don't need Minnie's help to take off this curtain. I can take this curtain down on my own. I took down the veil. Chizuru took down the veil herself. Chizuru took down the barrier separating them herself. She didn't need Minnie's help to do it, which is literally an indicator to you that Chizuru has already figured out her feelings and she doesn't need Minnie to tell her anything. If anything, it's Kazuya's turn to move. So this is already, you're already getting a clue here as to how the conversation with Minnie and Chizuru is going to play out. That Chizuru already came to an understanding about her feelings, and she doesn't need Minnie's help to understand them. She doesn't need, literally, like I said before, The kiss wasn't to find the meaning of her love or to find her love. It wasn't a tool to find her love. It was an expression of her love. Chizuru doesn't need Minnie's help. Minnie is the final boss. And rather, she should need to connect to Minnie rather than ask Minnie for help. Minnie doesn't need to be help here. They have to make these choices on their own. So I think an interesting reversal would be Kazuya doing something, right? Like Kazuya coming back like he did before, right? Like, so what did Kazuya do? Kazuya tried to ring on Chizuru's doorbell before. Remember the girlfriend and the kiss? The girlfriend and the kiss? What happens? Let's go back to that really fast. After Chizuru kissed Kazuya, Mizuhara realized I was going to confess, and on top of that, the kiss. Okay. No one pushed anyone away here. How can anyone be so calm under such circumstances? Is her mind made of steel or something? Does this sound familiar? Women are like the ocean. Sometimes they're calm, sometimes they're, to flippin' currents. Nothing is logical anymore. What are you thinking, Mizuhara? Did you really kiss me just to protect me? It meant nothing more than that? See the questions? I want to see her. I want to look upon her face. I want to hear her voice. I can't bear it any longer. So Kazuya finds an excuse to go to Chizuru's place. He finds an excuse to go to her place. And he knocks on he rings the doorbell, and she doesn't answer. And he thinks she's not home. It's almost like Chizuru's telling him, come back and knock, I'll be home. And she literally is home. In the house. Did not leave. But who comes home? Minnie does. Minnie comes home, not Kazuya. So this to me is saying, hey, come back, I'll be here. Come back home, I'll be here. Kazuya was expecting an erotic kiss back then. Yep. Yep. And he wasn't wrong. He would have probably gotten it. Right? So whereas Kazuya knocked before and she didn't answer, now he can knock and she will probably let him in. And he doesn't need an excuse. Right? I could not watch. Did you see my theory? I don't know what your theory is. Or Chizuru just kissed Kazuya so that Kazuya also doesn't get a breakdown, and then Chizuru wouldn't get some more time to clear up things. No. Kazuya wasn't breaking down. He seemed totally fine. Like, does this look like a person who's not fine? He's fucking joking. He's making stupid jokes. And like literally, Chizuru opens the gate for him. Come on. Come on, it couldn't be any more clear. Chizuru opens the gate for him. I'll open it for you. Thanks. I'm opening the path for you. I'm paving the path for you, bro. I'll keep the promise that I made back then. See you around. Right? And this is interesting too for another reason. Umi shows up at her place with an excuse to be at her place. And it's weird. Kazuya can do that and she wouldn't mind because it's Kazuya. She's literally telling Kazuya, bro, be selfish. Be selfish. Let it out. Be selfish. Desire things. Want things. You're not a problem. You're not a burden. Desire things. You're good, bro. Right? Like, this is intentionally a mirror of Umi, but the difference between Umi and Kazuya is that Kazuya lives with Chizuru and Umi doesn't, right? Kazuya lives with Chizuru and Umi doesn't. Kazuya doesn't ask for things from Chizuru. Umi does. And I think there's one interesting line that I remembered recently, which is in chapter 288 or 289. I think you can hear it in 289. Umi says you're an up-and-coming actress now. I imagine you have a few recommendations for risk management. Isn't that interesting? Chizuru doesn't think of herself like that, and she doesn't care about that. Right? Chizuru doesn't care about that, and she doesn't think of herself like that. But Umi puts that role on her. He reinforces that role onto Chizuru. Umi actively reinforces roles onto Chizuru. Kazuya tells her, I don't need you to be any other role. You be whatever the fuck you want to be. I accept you regardless. So Umi is literally actively telling her, oh, you're an actress now. You can't do this. You got to act a little different. You got to do things a little bit differently because you're an actress. You got to ask for risk management, right? Whereas Chizuru is like, I just want to take a risk. I just want to do things. I just want to be myself. I want to just like, do that stuff. And Umi does take a risk there. Where, he's selfish, right? What does Umi do? He does something selfish in the end. Because that's Umi's whole character. When he's leaving, he doesn't let her answer. He does something selfish because that's what he wants. And he desires that, right? Because part of love is desire. What does Chizuru do afterwards? Chizuru takes it, ironically, Chizuru does something selfish too. To reflect her own love. She comes into Kazuya's room, and then she says, she just stands there, awkwardly staring at him, and she asks him if he wants to go out. You go out if you're not busy? Yeah, okay. And they go on a date. And Chizuru just blitzes out of the room, immediately, goes and gets changed, give me like 20 minutes, I'm gonna get ready, I'm gonna do this, she's like all excited and shit, and they go on a date. She's like a little kid. She's literally like a little kid. She's so excited. She's so excited they're going to go on a fucking date. It's so cute. And literally, it's Chizuru choosing to do something selfish, right? Like, that's a part of love. So when she sees Umi saying how much he loves her, and he's choosing to do something selfish, she's like, you know what? I'm going to be selfish too. I want to do something a little selfish too. Like, there's nothing wrong with me asking him out. And so Chizuru asks him out first, and then he asks her out. And so Chizuru, what is the missing piece here? What is the difference between Umi and Kazuya here? Umi ultimately did something selfish. Kazuya doesn't. But when Kazuya does finally do something selfish here, when he says what he really wants in the very end of it, when he finally says that he'll keep his promise, and that this is something he will always stick to, he finally did something selfish that he wanted. So she gives him what he wants. In that same way, now she's given him the green light to ask for anything else that he wants, right? So, okay, if you want anything else, go for it, right? So she kisses Kazuya to set an example. Not to set an example, to open a path. She kissed Kazuya to open a path. Okay, we said this before. The first thing, the literal first image that we see in this chapter is what? A green light. This is red, this is yellow, this is green. The green is lit up. The first thing we see is a green light. Then we see a sign that says a new path forward, a new unripe path forward, a brand new path, right? And then there is the word for plum here, like unripe plums. Plums represent a new beginning, a renewal, the start of spring. Then you see a couple holding hands, and it zooms out, and there's no other party, it's just them. From up close or far away, they look happy. Then you see the car driving forward, contrasted by the two people kissing, right? You see a car driving forward, contrasted by the two people kissing, right? Or the two kids kissing. And that car keeps moving forward towards Chizuru and towards nobody else, even though it's literally going away from Chizuru. It's leaving, but it's heading towards her, which is like, it's literally a contradiction, if you will. And then we turn to Kazuya. He's in the car, he's in shadow, and he's piecing it all together, and his brain is like all fried. So to me, it's literally saying Kazuya has been given the green light to do what he wants. He should do something selfish, right? He should go ring her doorbell. He should go back to her house and be like, "Hey, I want something. What does that mean? Can you tell me what that meant?" Something, anything, right? Whatever Kazuya wants, he'll get an answer to it. Instead, Minnie shows up. Minnie is the final boss because Minnie isn't Kazuya. And Minnie is not the thing Chizuru wants. So Chizuru has to face Minnie head on first in order to get the result she wants. Minnie is adversity. Minnie is the great unifier, but in reality, she's the final boss, right? So she has to face Minnie head on first. Can you react later to the English voice actors of Kazuya and Chizuru and tell us your opinion on them, like the new ones? I kind of don't care, honestly. I heard a little bit. Kazuya sounded weird. It's not really how I imagined Kazuya. The new actress for Chizuru sounded like Lizzie Freeman. She seemingly sounded like her. And this is just a personal thing. I've watched dubs before, and I actually like dubs. Like a prominent dub that I like is the My Hero dub. My Hero dub, when it first came out, was weird for a lot of people. It actually grew on me over time. But the dub for Rent-A-Girlfriend is weird, and I've never been inherently a fan of it. Mostly because there is a great deal of nuance in the language that Reiji uses. Reiji's Japanese, the Japanese language that Reiji uses has a lot of nuance in it. And English localizations have a tendency to change these pieces of dialogue, the way the characters are supposed to speak and say things. They usually like get certain kinds of directions and stuff. Me being a big fan of this series and really appreciating the Japanese dialogue, and I get it, I'm literally reading the English localization here, but remember, I cross-reference like almost everything. Like what was said here? What was said here? How did they say it in Japanese? How was this said in Japanese? And so with something like My Hero, it doesn't really have that in there as much. There's not as much like maybe there is some nuance that's probably lost as a byproduct of the localization, but it's not quite the same. And so I don't really care personally. It's just a personal thing. I like if you watch the English localizations and you enjoy it, great. I just don't care for it. I don't care for the script changes. I don't care for any of that stuff. It's the reason I don't really like reading the volume localizations for this series. I don't, because there are things in them that are good, that are nice to know, that like they correct certain lines, but then there's other lines they just get completely wrong. Like it's straight up mistranslated. And I think it's very easy for localizers to insert their own intent into the writing, and that's to become just really common. And I do like K-manga at the very least, but from what I heard, like if just purely on that question of Chizuru and Kazuya's voice actors. I heard the scene where Chizuru gives him back the money and Kazuya freaks out. Kazuya's voice seems a little too deep. Like, it's a little too deep. There's no, like, maybe it adjusts later, because I only saw a single scene. It feels just a tad too deep, and it feels like there should be more, like, waviness to his voice, where it changes and adjusts depending on the scene. And I didn't quite feel that, personally. It just felt a little odd and kind of weird in certain spots. I wasn't quite clicking with how the delivery was working. In contrast, Chizuru's voice actress sounds like Lizzie Freeman, but the problem with that is that, in my opinion, just completely my opinion, the vocal direction Lizzie Freeman is given feels very, like, monotone or singular in nature. Like, it's very just straightforward. Whereas with Chizuru, there's more inclinations with her voice, and that's just the thing I've personally felt while watching pieces of the dub. I haven't seen all of it, so this isn't just my complete assessment of the dub. But from the pieces I've seen, a lot of the female cast sounds the same, and it's weird. Like, Mami, Ruka, and Chizuru, for some reason, sound really similar. And that's weird for me. And that was just from season 1. And then here, Chizuru doesn't sound like there's no parts of her voice or the way that she speaks that gives me the inclination, oh, this is Chizuru. Like, there's no uniqueness to her voice. And I didn't really care for that. I felt kind of the same way with Kazuya. Kazuya just sounds like a generic dude, which you could argue that's kind of Kazuya, but no, there is identity there. And I wasn't really feeling it. That's just my opinion, of course. That's just my immediate opinion. From the little pieces that I saw, it just was not clicking for me. And understand, I have criticized Shunhori and Sora Mamamiya's ways of speaking as the characters as well. There's times where they don't sound like Kazuya and Chizuru. They kind of sound like themselves, or it sounds a little weird. And that definitely shows with Sora, where at times it feels like Sora's playing herself and not Chizuru. And then in other times, it feels like she is Chizuru in this moment. And you can kind of see that when she talks about it, where she talks about how she's really trying at times, and at times Chizuru's emotions just completely overflow out of her. And I'm like, yeah, you kind of feel like Chizuru sometimes. Like, there's times where I'm like, Sora is Chizuru. She kind of feels it. She really kind of gets it. And other times, it feels a little stiff and kind of awkward because of how maybe the vocal direction was given to her, or how she was told to deliver the line, and, they were just kind of okay with it. With Shunhori, similar stuff happens. At times, I'm like, yeah, he's totally being Kazuya right now. That just sounds like Kazuya. And other times, it feels a little awkward. It feels a little stiff. It doesn't feel quite right for how Kazuya is supposed to act. So it's not like just a dub thing. It does happen in the Japanese too. I'm just not a huge fan of the dub, personally. And I recall seeing how Alex Lee talked about the dub in Trash Taste, and that left me a little, like, a little uncomfortable about that. Mostly because he was talking about, like, seemingly changing the script, but then saying he's not changing the script. Basically, he made it sound like he could just mess around with the script because the series isn't as big of a deal. Which felt frustrating to me, because in other stories, what he'll do is, when they want to change the lines, he'll be like, don't change the line, keep it as it is, because that is iconic. For instance, when he's playing Thorfinn in, the series just ended recently too, holy shit. When he's playing Thorfinn in, I forgot the name of the series. Damn it, you get my point. His iconic line is, I have no enemies. And he literally refused to let the director change the line. So when he goes to this series and he's just like, oh, just mess with the lines, which already indicates they can just kind of mess with the fucking lines, it felt a little frustrating, because I'm like, Vinland Saga, thank you. Yeah, Vinland Saga. I actually really liked Vinland Saga. I only watched the sub. I only watched the sub, and I really, really liked it. I thought Vinland Saga was amazing. I really like season 2. A lot of people were giving season 2 flack. I like season 2. I thought season 2 was great. Uh, but yeah, like that stuff felt a little frustrating to me because I understand it doesn't matter to him as much, but it's frustrating when you see him like put 120% into all his other projects. And while he is clearly still somewhat trying in this one, when he says stuff like that, and sometimes you hear some of his delivery, it feels like Alex Lee sometimes just phones it in. It's just a paycheck for him. And I don't want to assume that he does this for every project. I think he's very passionate about most of the work that he does, but not this particular one. And yeah, that's just my stance. I just don't think he's very. I don't think he's very passionate about this one. I think. I don't want to assume his intent, nor do I know his actual feelings. Especially considering he's stuck with it for 3 seasons. Like, he clearly seemingly cares about the role, but I do think he's kind of like blowing up now. Like he was already starting to blow up around the time of season 3. He was already really kind of starting to blow up. Like he's in Vinland Saga. He is the dude from Solo Leveling. He's in Street Fighter. He's in Persona. Alex Lee's literally in everything. So he's really fucking blowing up. He's the new face of like the dubbing industry, if you will. Like he's handsome as shit. He's really pretty. He poses for pictures and he does like all the stuff. He goes and gets invited to stuff. He literally met the actual Japanese voice actor. He got some sort of reward for his voice acting and Solo Leveling. Like it makes too much sense that he's really gaining a huge chunk of popularity. Um, and I can see why that's now not working with this series because he's seemingly his schedule doesn't align with it. But also, a lot of the people that worked on this series for season 3 have left. According to him, he literally said this. According to him, if you like went on his Instagram, he literally said like my schedule doesn't align. But he also says just below that pretty much everyone, a huge chunk of the people who worked on the previous seasons are not here anymore. It's completely different people. But I do recall something similar to that did happen after season 1, so I'm not 100% sure about the details. But yeah, that's just stuff like that like the industry is very volatile. And that's just my personal stance that like I'm not a huge fan of the dub, and it never really clicked with me from the things that I saw of it. And I just don't really care for the way they seem comfortable just kind of changing the script just because English localization. And yeah, that's just my stance. George, the new VA are growing on me. Kazuya still seems off, but not as bad as I thought. The OGs are still better in my opinion. It's the point that the relationship has become true. Shin. Ooh, nice. Yeah, Shin can mean new, but it can also mean true. So you could say it's the true plum road. He's going to the true path. That's another way to look at it. Nice. I forgot Shin can mean true. Like Shinakuma. Oh my god, Shinakuma. I remember back in the day when we had like Street Fighter and shit, you could fight like True Akuma, so Shin Akuma, and he would just fucking kick your ass bullshit like boss fight character. For those who don't know anything about Street Fighter had like it was originally an arcade game, and you could if you basically like didn't lose and you got to the final boss and you played it like on hard mode or something, you could literally fight Akuma. And then there was always like the harder versions of the secret bosses, like called Shin versions, which is the true versions, right? It's not supposed. Shin can mean new, but it can also mean true. So you're literally fighting the true version. So I guess that's actually a correct assessment. This means true, true unripe plum rain, plum road. Haki Shin, true destruction. Yeah. Cool note, just random note. In Street Fighter 6, they added Akuma, and you can do this insanely long taunt. You can do this taunt that's way too fucking long, and literally you could never pull it off in an actual fight. But if you do it and you finish the taunt completely, he becomes a boss character. He literally becomes Shin Akuma, and it's so cool. I just wanted to share that. I just wanted to share that. So yes, that you're right. I'll definitely adjust that. So this means true true unripe plum road. So you're going through the true path now, right? And literally the story wants us to believe, right? So we're definitely supposed to be facing Minnie now. So there's going to be some sort of conflict next chapter with Minnie, and that should be interesting. And it would be interesting if we finally hear what Chizuru says, or we don't. What if it's the reverse? Chizuru has to be more like Umi, and Kazuya has to be more like Ruka? No? No? The idea isn't to be these people. The idea is not to be these people. The idea is to be a little selfish. The idea is to let yourself be selfish. Right? That's the idea. That you having selfish desires is not a problem. You feeling these things is not a problem. Because even when Kazuya is selfish here, he's looking at Chizuru. Right? Even when Kazuya is selfish here, he's looking at Chizuru. The light is literally shining onto him. He's still looking at Chizuru. It's literally a combination. It's literally it's Kazuya being selfish, but in his own selfless way. It's Kazuya being selfish in his own selfless way. And this is Chizuru being selfish in her own selfless way. She waited until he was selfish, which is selfless, and then she acted selfish. Right? It's learning to find a balance between being selfish and selfless. Ruka is too selfish. Umi is too selfish. But what they do teach the characters is to let themselves be a little selfish. That you wanting things is not a problem. It's how those things align with the other person. That's the problem. Right? Umi's problem is that him desiring things is not the issue. It's the fact that Chizuru doesn't desire the same thing. Chizuru doesn't want the same thing as Umi. So that doesn't work for them. There's no sense of acceptance here. He is rejecting her rejection, but there's no acceptance here, right? He's seemingly accepting his feelings, but he's telling her that my feelings will end once you reject me. In so doing, he's showing the weakness of his feelings, that they're not as strong as they appear, that he's afraid he'll lose his feelings. In reality, Umi isn't accepting his feelings, he's afraid they'll go away. He's afraid of his feelings. Umi in reality is actually afraid of his feelings. In contrast, Kazuya is completely acceptant of his feelings. And that's the importance here. Kazuya is completely acceptant of his feelings and he doesn't deny them and he's not afraid of them. He's not afraid of his feelings going away because they won't. Even as he's literally leaving, his feelings won't go away. In so doing, that matches Chizuru, who literally wants the same things as Kazuya, but just wants him to want it too. So when she makes a selfish choice here, this selfish choice isn't so selfish because it's literally also what Kazuya wants. She found a balance between selfish and selfless. And throughout the entire date, they're trying to be as selfless as possible, when in reality, the answers are what they actually want, right? Chizuru just wanted to communicate her fears to Kazuya, and she wanted to feel accepted by him. But instead, what does she do? She asks questions. She asks questions that are supposed to test Kazuya, but in reality, they're about herself and not about Kazuya at all, which is the big illusion of this investigation and research. The investigation is not about Kazuya, it's about herself. But Kazuya thinks it's about himself. And she doesn't communicate that normally. In so doing, the investigation reflects Chizuru's deepest, darkest insecurities and fears. That she's afraid to show herself, and she's afraid to let go of the armor, because if she does, she thinks she won't be accepted. And when the armor completely crumbles and falls away, and she's a mess, and Kazuya is carrying her home, all of that disappears. All of that is just gone, and she's accepted for who she is. When the investigation shatters, and there's no more veils, there's no more walls, she's accepted for who she is. In that same way, Kazuya, having faced rejection, the thing he was just afraid of the entire fucking time, and is okay with it now, shatters the veil and shatters the wall that, oh, I'm not going to be accepted. Kazuya was literally his feelings, it was about him. It wasn't about Chizuru. He was afraid he wasn't going to be accepted, but he accepted his own feelings. It's about accepting yourself in order to be with someone else. How can you accept other people if you can't accept yourself? So when Kazuya chooses to accept his feelings, he accepts Chizuru. And when Chizuru sees that she was accepted, she can accept his feelings. That's literally what happened. And so when Kazuya shows that he's accepted his feelings, he voices them outwards to Chizuru, she's like, okay, I'm going to voice my feelings outwards too. Just literally physically. And if you want more, you can have more, just tell me. I think Reishi is making it clear that the relationship between Kazuya and Chizuru has become true Shin, as opposed to rental, which has been fake. Shin also means new. This is their true new beginning. I like how you didn't say new, but I added it in for you. Johan, we keep asking if Kazuya and Chizuru will deal with Ruka, but what if Ruka notices Kazuya isn't happy with her and decides to break up with him to let him be happy? Sorry, my English isn't perfect. It's not my first language. I actually think we're somewhat getting there already. I actually think Ruka's already reaching some level of acceptance already. And we see this a few times. Let me pull up the few times that we actually see this. So one time is chapter 244. 244 is when we finally see Ruka after a while. So this is after the 3-month time skip. We haven't seen Ruka. And she's finally smiling and looking at him. You've been looking pretty perked up lately. You looked rather depressed for a while, even taking breaks from work. I was really worried, you know. You were sleeping whenever I came by. No matter how many times I cleaned up, the mess would come back almost instantly. You wouldn't even reply to me online. I guess it's true. She was pretty worried. When I understood that it was because of the lack of communication from Chizuru's son, as your girlfriend, I had stuff on my mind. But to tell you the truth, seeing you like that was pretty exhausting, right? You're already getting clues that what's going on with Ruka is something she has to accept. And it's not something they necessarily need to resolve. Ruka needs to accept that Kazuya is not in love with her, and she needs to let him go. And she already had signs of this early on. Ruka has to accept the situation she is in. Ruka's big mistake, she's not accepting the situation. What has been the big overlooming theme in this arc? Acceptance. Umi needs to accept Chizuru doesn't love him, and he needs to be okay with that. Ruka needs to accept Kazuya doesn't love her, and that he's not actually happy with her. He's happy with Chizuru. She needs to accept that. And you have also characters like Mami who also need to reach acceptance. Mami needs to accept that she did bad shit, but she still deserves happiness. That she should fight for what she wants, and she still deserves happiness even though she did bad shit. Because everybody deserves happiness, right? Everybody is worthy of happiness, right? So if you're back on your feet and alive and kicking, that only means one thing: you've moved on. When Ruka finds out Kazuya never moved on, and he actually moved on from her, Ruka will have to accept that this entire time that he was seemingly happy when he was with her wasn't because he was with her, it was because he was with Chizuru. That is Ruka's illusion breaking. This is Ruka's illusion breaking. This is Ruka starting to realize, oh, Kazuya was always happy because he was with Chizuru, and the only way I was able to see it was when I wasn't seeing Chizuru, when I wasn't seeing the thing that I wanted to be. Ruka not seeing Chizuru in this time is crucial, because she finally notices what she hasn't been seeing. That Kazuya is happy because he's with Chizuru and not because he's with her. But that doesn't mean she herself is unworthy, right? She still felt okay when she was with him, right? And it was actually all about her. It was all about her feelings. So just as Chizuru came to a selfish understanding that she needs to let herself just love Kazuya as he is, and love her and be with him as she is, Ruka needs to learn to let him go, and that she's not any less for it for letting him go. And that's the lesson that was taught to her in Hawaiians. And Ruka has been slowly showing signs of this. In particular, there's another arc, I believe it's in chapter 303. Let's go to it really fast. In chapter 303, Chizuru talks to Kibe. And Kibe asks her, are you in love with Kazuya? And he says, that says it all. What? And she sees her face, and she's like, I'm pathetic. In contrast, you have Ruka. Huh? At my place? Yes, recently all our dates have been outside. How about we go to your place after this? Sorry, my grandma's got a cold right now, but what? But it was Mom who had the cold last time. Ruka-chan thinks I'm living in my parents' house right now. I can't take her with me. I've got to work. Hey. Just as Kibe sees plain as day on Chizuru's face that she is in love with Kazuya, Ruka is starting to see Kazuya isn't in love with her. And he's actually avoiding her. She's already been getting signs that Kazuya's moved on. He doesn't love her. He's just going on these dates just to keep her happy. And it's already all done. This isn't for Kazuya to resolve. He's already made his feelings clear. She's just purely acting on assumptions. And again, on that date we see them on, in chapter 348, it's the same thing. Ruka yet again gets clues that Kazuya is not telling her the truth. But she's content with the illusion. Ruka is content with the illusion. Kazuya is Ruka's rental boyfriend. Correct. Ruka is content with the illusion. She's okay with it. She's okay with living in an illusion as long as she gets what she wants. To me, what Reishi's currently doing is that he's challenging both Umi and Ruka to start being selfless. I think there's going to be a situation with Chizuru in the future where Umi will have to make a selfless choice and put Chizuru first for once, just as Ruka will have to make a selfless choice and let Kazuya go. I think Umi is going to be put in a similar position in the future, just as when Chizuru, literally as a mirror to the first date they went on, where when Chizuru went on the fake date with Umi, he like the date where he lied, right, where he lied about it. When she went on that date, Umi, in the very end of it, after getting his big confrontation, getting confirmation of Chizuru's feelings, decides to just let her go, and then he still gives her the retweet, right? And here, when Chizuru finally just rejects Umi and just ends it, which she probably will, that'll be it. Umi will make a selfless choice to help Chizuru out, and I bet he'll have to do something with Miho, the acting girl, who's probably going to try to come after Chizuru in some way. And Umi will probably vouch for Kazuya and Chizuru, and people will be like, wait, Umi can do selfless shit? Just as Ruka will do something selfless and surprise them. I literally think that's going to be what it is. But yeah. I genuinely think that's what we're going. It's like, just as Kazuya and Chizuru are learning to be selfish, Ruka and Umi will learn to be selfless. And in contrast, you have Sumi, who also needs to learn to be selfish. Because Sumi is also present in this. And finally, we have Minnie. What does Minnie want? So we have Mommy, who's got to learn to accept herself, and choose herself first, as a mirror to Kazuya, and as a mirror to Sumi. Right? So Sumi is selfless, and Mommy keeps putting what she wants aside because she's been conditioned that she can't have what she wants. So Mommy learns to be selfish and accept herself. Sumi needs to learn to be selfish and accept herself. Ruka needs to be selfless, and Umi needs to be selfless. In contrast, you have Minnie, who's in between both. But we don't quite know what Minnie actually wants. We keep getting told that what she wants is for them to get together. That's what she wants. She wants them to get together. She's always excited about that. But we don't actually know what Minnie herself wants. So Minnie showing up at Chizuru's house is very crucial to explore that idea. What does Minnie actually want? She claims to be the great unifier. She claims to want to unite them together. But why does it matter to her so much? What does she actually want outside of them? Right? Minnie said that Kazuya is a dream to her, but does she have a dream of her own? What does Minnie actually want? Where's Minnie's, Minnie actively expresses her individuality in the things she literally buys, right? When she walks through the house, she walks with all of these things that she bought, that she wanted, right? Minnie actively looks like she's doing what she wants. But I think Minnie's actually hiding what she actually wants, which is a place where she's accepted. I genuinely think what Minnie actually wants is a place where she's accepted and she has family. And I think Minnie is kind of missing that in some ways. We don't know Minnie's backstory. We don't know all that much about Minnie. And I think what Minnie actually wants is a level of acceptance too. Because every character wants to be accepted. And Minnie is afraid to accept her feelings because she thinks they'll disappear, because she thinks she'll stop caring, right? So she pursues these two constantly because she's afraid to stop caring about something that's real. That's why Minnie actively pursues Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship. She's afraid that she's going to lose something that's real. She's afraid she's going to stop caring about something that's actually meaningful and real. And she's afraid to accept that. What Minnie needs is to accept herself and to accept the fact that, like, what she wants is to actually just have people in her life that are real and meaningful, and she won't lose them. And despite the fact that she keeps going with all that stuff because of her friends, Kazuya and Chizuru are her real closest friends. In a chapter, the chapter in chapter 319. Listen to what Minnie calls them. And I'll show the Japanese so we can double check it. I'll show the Japanese so we can double check it to see what Minnie actually calls them. I bet Master's really looking forward to this too. He's probably been thinking about the date all day and night. Going on a date with the person you love has got to be the best thing ever. I'm also really looking forward to it. Where does she say it? Geez. Okay, so Minnie says, I could have sworn that you were thinking about the date with Master. Geez, all you talk about, that's all you talk about even at home. Of course, it's a date between two of my besties. She calls them her besties. They're her closest friends. That's a bigger deal than any date of my own. You guys matter way more than anything I want. Isn't that a little sad? That she finds meaning in her life through them? And it's not even necessarily sad. It's just like, what do you actually want, Minnie? Like, it seems like Minnie doesn't actually value herself as much as we think. She, like, buys all this stuff, but she's actually afraid to look for love herself. Now, let's pull up the Japanese. Minnie seems to be a girl failure, all about her hobbies are obsessions, but has no prospect of romance, only vicariously through others. Yeah, only living vicariously through others. Yeah. Minnie is in some ways a reflection of Kazuya's fears. She is literally the embodiment and reflection of Kazuya's fears. She doesn't think she can get love. She doesn't, she only finds meaning in living through others. She is literally the embodiment of Kazuya's fears, but she looks successful. She is literally like, the flip of Kazuya. She appears successful. She actively appears happy. She actively, seems joyful at all times. But Minnie is actually afraid and lonely. Minnie is actually desperately afraid to be alone. And that's why she kind of worships Kazuya in some ways. That Kazuya seemingly deals with the loneliness and keeps going anyway. Minnie constantly needs Chat's help. Minnie constantly needs her friends' help. Minnie literally constantly needs other people because she's afraid to live alone. Minnie is actually quite lonely. She literally feels, she's also a reflection of Chizuru in that sense. Chizuru at the start of the story fills the void with her job. She fills the void with her, the people around her, seemingly. But it's the real close connections that matter to her the most. In that sense, Minnie is a flip of Chizuru. Minnie values the same exact things as Chizuru and Kazuya, but she doesn't realize it. Or maybe she does. Maybe she does. She values the same exact stuff because like she is them. She literally lives through them. She needs them to live. Okay, so I'm gonna save this and I gotta ask if Minnie calls Kazuya and Chizuru her best friends. Let's go to Twitter. Does Minnie call Kazuya and Chizuru her best friends? Does Minnie call Kazuya? I asked two different people. Yeah. If Verkez is here, I'll text him in chat at Verkez. Okay. I sent it to like 3 people now. Minnie is supporting Kazuya's romantic pursuit because she internally desires that same support for herself from others. She wants someone to tell her she's wrong and that there is love out there for her. Pretty much. That's actually exactly what I felt when I first read that chapter. Minnie said Oshi, which is favorite. So she said, did she say they're my favorites? So my 2 Oshis. Which by the way, if she says Oshi, she's idolizing them. Minnie literally idolizes Kazuya and Chizuru. Like, that's the whole thing. So even if she said Oshi, it works. But yeah, she literally wants someone to tell her you can do it. She literally wants someone to tell her you can do it. You can do it too. You can find love too. That's why she worships idols. That's why she talks about she literally has like what is it on her phone? She has idols on her phone. She calls Kazuya a master. She calls him a hero. Like she literally needs them to be these things. She needs them to be these things because it lets her believe in love. Okay, someone else responded. translate. I didn't say that. It's a guess. Yeah, so that's kind of weird. Right here, they translated it as my two besties. So right here, they translated it as my two besties. When in reality, Minnie says my two Oshis. Yeah. They're her Oshis. So again, congrats, we found a mistranslation. There we go. Congrats. We now found another mistranslation because of localization. They were trying to localize the line to make it more understandable for people. When in reality, they ended up actually losing the intentional meaning of the line, which is that Minnie is literally viewing these characters like her Oshis. Like they are her idols. They are the things she looks up to. She idolizes them, right? How cool is that? You said before that you didn't know how you felt, but now you've had a change of heart. Isn't that interesting? Now you've had a change of heart. She's assuming. Minnie makes a whole bunch of assumptions based on her expectations. You're like characters. You magically evolved and became totally different people because you said yes to this one thing. Suddenly, you're totally different people. Was it because Master asked you out like a man? Did that make your heart skip a beat? She's right about that, but that didn't necessarily, right? She's like half right. One eye open, one eye closed. She's half right. She's half right in that, yeah, Kazuya doing that did make her skip a beat, but her heart didn't magically change. Her feelings didn't magically change, but her feelings were always the same. Her feelings remained constant, but her heart did skip a beat when Kazuya asked her out, right? Minnie is half correct. Not really. If his looks changed based on my mood, that's basically magic. Nothing's changed. I still don't know. I just don't want to leave things unsettled. I told you, remember? Minnie, oh, no way. That's a downer. Literally like a kid. Literally like a viewer. You're idolizing your fan. You want your idol to become the thing you want them to be. Come on, reach the part of the story where it gets fucking awesome. She's literally the audience. She is the audience. That's why I said you'd know if you just kissed him. Like I said, let's continue. Still, this is a big step, right? She's trying to look at the bright side. I don't think I don't think you're the kind of girl who'd go on a date without good intentions, Chizuru-san. You can think whatever you like, right? Whatever. Make your own assumptions, right? Like some girls date any guy they can't find. Like some girls date any guy they can find just to get back at their boyfriends for dumping them, you know? Huh. That seems oddly specific. Did that happen to you, Minnie? Interesting. Are you okay? Chizuru, are you okay? Did that happen to you? Did that happen to you, Minnie? Jesus. Wait, but you do go with dates with people you've never met. I'm getting kind of worried now. I forgot you're a rental girlfriend. Whoa, scary. I think you're a little too obsessed. Hey, audience. I think you're a little too obsessed about this. This is literally Reiji calling out the people constantly freaking out and worrying over every little thing. When we see Umi, oh man, this is a good one. This is a good one. Oh man, this is a good one. Chapter 290, right after Umi leaves. The hot guy's checking her out. Going out with my girlfriend. See what happened here? It's an illusion. It's the assumption of a person. This is literally the assumption of a person, and this reflects Kazuya's illusion in the chapter, right? That everything he experienced, Chizuru experienced with someone else, and then you go to Minnie. What does Minnie say? Yeah, that should mean she's been hiding it all this time. But on the other hand, that means she kissed you even after Umi-san confessed to her, which also suggests she doesn't have feelings for him. Besides, she didn't seem all that happy about it, to me anyway. If anything, I think you should look at this in a more positive light. She has a point. Isn't that interesting? Minnie about to palm strike Umi in the face. Yeah, Minnie is literally obsessed with their relationship, and in some ways, that is kind of reflected in that chapter. I bet Master's really looking forward to this too. He's probably been thinking about the date all day and night. Going on a date with the person you love has got to be the best thing ever. Notice how Chizuru is shadowed here. Minnie sets this expectation. Oh my god, Chizuru has a moon thing. Just like how she walks into the moon that night. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Reiji, you crazy son of a gun. Going on a date with the person you love has got to be the best thing ever. What happens to Chizuru afterwards when Minnie mentions this? Chizuru starts worrying, what if it's not the best thing ever? What if the date doesn't go well? What if he loses feelings for me? What if it doesn't end up being the best thing ever? To Kazuya, it was the best thing ever. But she kept thinking she wasn't good enough. Minnie set this idea in motion. It's got to be the best thing ever. It's got to be amazing. It's got to be perfect. He has to be super fucking happy about it. You have to be amazing in this state. Because to Chizuru, she probably had a good time in this date too. But the expectation of it needing to be the best thing ever reflects how Chizuru was acting in the date, constantly trying to make it amazing, constantly trying to be the best girlfriend she could be, constantly trying to be her real self. In so doing, creating an illusion that she's actually hiding how afraid she actually is. I'm also really, really looking forward to it too. She's acting like she's also going on this date. Minnie's acting like she's also going on this date, that she's going to experience it. Literally like us, the audience. Literally like us as the audience. Right? And then you get Chizuru's thoughts after. Geez. Minnie sets the idea that this date is a huge deal. It's both a positive thing and a negative thing. Kazuya is in bliss. Chizuru doesn't look like she's in bliss. Was it because Master asked you out like a man? Did that make your heart skip a beat? I want to ask you out on a date. But this is kind of embarrassing. A girl doing full swings at the batting cages probably doesn't look very cute. She wants to look cute. Chizuru feels insecure if she's cute or not. Imposter syndrome. Thinking you're not good enough. Okay, so we already established some ideas about Minnie. What the fuck happened? We established some ideas about Minnie here. That every character needs to reach a level of acceptance. And Minnie's acceptance is that Kazuya and Chizuru aren't her idols, but her family. That they can inspire her, but she needs to want that too. Right? She needs to want real love too. In some ways, this is why Minnie is a mirror to Mommy. Mommy needs to accept that Kazuya isn't gonna be her savior. She needs to save herself. She needs to want to be saved. Mommy needs to want her life back. Kazuya isn't gonna magically save her. That's not what love is. Love can transform you, but you have to want to transform too, right? Mommy is hoping that through Kazuya she can be saved, but she has to want to save herself. In contrast, you have Minnie, and this is the reason Minnie parallels Mommy. We talked about this a few times. Let me pull it up one more time, chapter 344. Or no, chapter 340? I think it's 40. I keep saying 44 because it's the last one, but I'm pretty sure it's 40. 41. 41. Okay, 42. 342. This is why Minnie parallels Mommy. She is her inverse. Whereas Mami needs to accept that she needs to accept herself and realize love will not save her. She will need to save herself. Like, love can transform her, but she will need to save herself. She needs to love herself. Minnie, in contrast, needs to want love. Minnie, in contrast, needs to want love. She needs to want to find love. She needs to believe that love will come for her. That she is fit for love and that she deserves love too. And this reflects Minnie's, in some ways, because Minnie seemingly abandons a lot of things, she thinks she will never be fit enough for it. She's the inverse of Chizuru. Whereas Chizuru is afraid of abandonment, Minnie is afraid she'll abandon the thing she cares about. So she constantly attaches to it super hard. She's the flip of Chizuru. In so doing, it reflects that Minnie wants love desperately, but she thinks love will always fall out of her grasp. Literally as the same key point as Chizuru, that love will leave. It's the same key point as Chizuru, that time will run out and love will leave. In so doing, she's a mirror to Chizuru, but also the flip of Mami. Whereas Mami believes that love will save her, that love will magically come to her, and love will save her, she needs to, in reality, love herself and realize love was not some magical answer that will save her. She needs to want to save herself. Minnie is constantly working every day to try to save herself, not realizing she just needs to accept the love in front of her. Right? The love is already in front of Minnie. She's constantly working every day to save herself, but she doesn't see that love is already there. In contrast, Mami wants love to save her, not realizing she needs to save herself. Chizuru thought the date went awful for Kazuya, but he still said he loved her anyway. Pretty much. Kazuya almost made it feel like to Chizuru that he actually didn't enjoy the date. Like, he smiled and he was happy, but he wasn't his realest self. So Chizuru probably thought it didn't go well for him at all. Chizuru thought probably he wasn't that happy about it. Right? But in reality, Kazuya was having a good time, and all he remembers is her smile. Right? Despite everything, all he remembers is the smile. Yeah. Chizuru probably thought the date didn't go well for him. Contrasted by Kazuya, who thought he wasn't good enough for her. Who was worried that he wasn't good enough for her. Right? Chizuru thought, I didn't live up to Ruka. That's Chizuru's big mistake. I didn't live up to Ruka. Kazuya's mistake was that he was trying so hard to be Umi, he wasn't his realest self. And in so doing, I didn't live up to her expectations. Right? But whose expectations was he really looking at? Whose expectations was he actually looking at here? I wonder if you can see where my mouse is. Here's hoping you can see where my mouse is. Whose expectations was he actually looking at? Mami's expectations. I mentioned before how the date Kazuya and Chizuru went on is identical to the date with Mami, but just slightly flipped. Just slightly flipped. So let's recap it really quick. The date with Mami. April, Kazuya. He meets Mami. In that moment, I was thinking that this is my soulmate sent by fate's hand. What does Kazuya do? He asks her out. Just straight up asks her out. And she says, okay. What? Really? Yeah, okay. Let's go out, you and me. Kazuya's relationship with Mami lasts how long? 1 month. Mami wears teddy bear clothing. What did Sumi buy Chizuru? teddy bear pajamas. When Kazuya first went to Chizuru's home, you can see a teddy bear. But how can I get closer to her? Is it worth it to be more insistent? Fuck, I can't stand it anymore. Go big or go home. He asks her, I'm free on Sunday, let's go to Disneyland. He texts Mommy. He doesn't want to text Chizuru, he wants to talk to her in person. He does text her, though. Remember how Kazuya asked Chizuru? He writes a draft. I want to talk to you. He texts her to tell her, I want to talk to you in person. It's the reverse. Okay. Tells her, I'll be waiting. Kazuya on the phone. Chizuru on the phone. Flips of each other. Okay. So Kazuya asks Mommy out and she agrees. Sunday. So Kazuya goes on the date with Mommy on Sunday. It's on the weekend. Now, what do you guys remember about what Kazuya was asking Chizuru? Do you have plans for next weekend? He wants to meet her on the weekend. I have plans. I made with friends on play on the 14th, and I've got some work to do on the 15th. She has plans on the weekend. Mommy agrees to meet him on the weekend. Are you tired of waiting? Not at all. I came 2 seconds ago. Liar, I saw you long before that. When they go out, when Kazuya and Mommy go out, it's a sunny day out. When Kazuya and Chizuru go out, it's raining. Kazuya steps out and he's waiting. For a while, actually. Oh, morning. She comes from behind him. She comes from in front of him. From the back door. I guess that makes sense. I only mentioned meeting at the front door. Did I keep you waiting? I just got here. He lied. Not at all. I just came 2 seconds ago. Liar, I saw you long before that. But wow, look at all this rain. It might be soaked by the time we get there. I know, right? I guess that's the rainy season for you. Do we have to cancel? Well then, shall we go? Yes, we're going out. He doesn't ask her. He doesn't tell her I want to keep going. But he doesn't tell her he's going to cancel either. They go on a ride. Mommy and Kazuya go on a water ride. They go on a water ride. Now, Chizuru asks Kazuya why he loves her. And where do they go? Please take the farthest seat. Now let's go down the river of fate and get wild. They went down a fake river. There's no actual water. And we see Kazuya's POV of Chizuru. They go down the river of fate. Mommy was sent to Kazuya by the hand of fate as he perceived. What do we not see? We never see Kazuya actually looking. He's not actually mesmerized like he was before. But he says, I have to be sincere and straightforward just like you are. Just like, so this scene, I have to be sincere and straightforward just like you are. A few chapters back. What did we see here? Sincere and straightforward. I have to be sincere and straightforward just like you are. And just as Kazuya says this, and Chizuru says she has no doubts about his feelings, what happens? Chizuru doubts that Kazuya agrees with her when she says this. She looks similar, doesn't she? She looks really similar here, doesn't she? Same exact posing, too. It's the same exact posing, too. I'm not good enough, am I? I don't have any doubts about your feelings. I do have doubts about my own. You probably think what I'm saying here is cringe, don't you? He tells her he accepts her, but that's not what he said. His answer was different. I'm not good enough for you, am I? What I want is too much. What I desire is too much. I doubt my feelings. I'm not good enough. I'm never going to be good enough. Now there's a parallel to this scene with the mommy sequence. Mommy and Kazuya talk. Mommy holds his hands. Chizuru doesn't hold his hands. I'll protect her. I'll make her happy. Let's go together, two newbies in love. Sorry, I'll give you my jacket. You're all wet. No, I'm not used to this. I never go out with girls. I never go out with girls before. Or I've never, this is a weird translation. I've never been out with girls before. I'm just the same. That's not true for either of them. Kazuya and Chizuru have dated plenty at this point. So this isn't true. But their real date here, that's different, right? So whereas Kazuya and Mami are talking about how they're both new to this experience, Kazuya here talks about his feelings. About what you talked about a second ago. I didn't say anything earlier, but it's not what you think. I don't have any doubts about how I feel, how I love you. He didn't answer the question. He didn't answer the question. He just said he doesn't have any doubts, but it does freak her the fuck out. Damn. He said that out loud, right? He said that out loud for everyone to hear. Even the girls from the side heard. She tells him, you're too loud. Sorry. Chizuru covers up, hides. Her hand is not on him. Her hand is on her face. Right? Don't get the wrong idea, okay? I only asked because I wanted to know how to give an answer myself. It's not about yours answer. It's about my answer. I want to understand my feelings and what you want and what you desire so I can know how to give my own answer. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable, but don't worry. She was trying to find a way to confess. That's what she was doing. What does Mommy say? I'm the same. I'm just the same. What you feel is what I feel. But Mommy's lying here. Really? I wasn't expecting this. I thought she used to date. She's used to dating. In high school, I dated with two guys, I guess, but we broke up quickly. It was like a game because boys are not my strong suit, Mami-chan. So that's why. For that reason, let's go together, two newbies in love. Mommy kisses him at the end. Today was fun. Bye-bye, Kazu-kun. The date doesn't end with a kiss, but it does end at night. But when do we get the kiss? After a rejection. How long did Mami and Kazuya's relationship last? 1 month. How long did Kazuya and Chizuru live together? 1 month. Kazuya was literally re-experiencing Mommy this entire time. He's re-experiencing his trauma all over again with Mommy. He was focusing on Mommy the whole time. He kept just seeing Mommy. Kazuya looks away when his feelings are addressed. Chizuru looks directly at him. I love that Chizuru is hidden in shadow. When she's illuminated by light, she talks about how she doesn't doubt his feelings, but she does doubt her own. In 369, there's a butt, and she's hidden. And you have a big butt. You have a big butt just right in front of you, a big ass butt. But the butt is a distraction. She's looking at the wrong thing. Kazuya is right there in front of her. Her hand is literally on his heart. But she's looking over here because Kazuya is hiding in plain sight. She's looking over here. And what does Chizuru hold in the end? Right here, she's holding his hand. And in that same exact hand, in the very end of the chapter, or no, that's the other hand. That's the investigation hand. Oh. Oh. Ooh, that's even more interesting. That's even more interesting. In the same hand that she holds the magnifying glass to investigate is the expectations and the ring. She needs to be worthy of the ring. She can't have doubts because she's supposed to commit. Right? It's the illusion of expectations and commitment. She's so busy looking for something that's already right in front of her. This is Chizuru's illusion. She's looking for something that's literally already right in front of her. In a sense, Verkez, if you're still here, you know your prediction about the end of the series and how she realizes she was in a forest, she's looking for a forest, but she realized that forest was love in a sense. Yeah, that already happened. That already happened. Literally, it already happened. How do we know? Minnie's name, Iamori, means eightfold forest. Kazuya's name means peace and harmony shared under a tree. It literally already happened. The forest that's confusing showed up at the very end, and Chizuru has to fight the forest. And Chizuru already picked that one tree. She already found the tree. Right? And what does Chizuru call Kazuya when they're about to get on the ride? Why do you ask? No, so it's the chapter before this one, chapter 367. It's when Mommy calls. How fitting. The river is the only one I've never been on. Then let's go on the wind. Let's get on the river. They believe they need to climb some magical river. The river is an illusion. They go on a fake river, not a real river. They don't go on an actual river. They go on the illusion of the river of fate. The illusion is that you're going down some crazy fated path and you need to give some perfect answer. Are you sure? I thought for sure you couldn't live without the jungle. What? What do you take me for? He's a tree. Ichinose is a river. He is a tree. He needs the jungle, right? Or is he a monkey? Is she saying he's a monkey here, right? Is Kazuya a monkey? He needs the jungle. Okay, that line starts here. Let's get going. Right? It's a nod to Kazuya's name. With Minnie, he rides wild wings. With Chizuru, he rides the wild river. He's up in the sky with Minnie. He's in the water with Chizuru. They're literally the reverse of each other. And then there's the wild jungle, which is Kazuya's ride. Reishi sucks at drawing butts. What? Bitch, what? Bitch, what? What the fuck are you talking about? Bitch, what? Reishi sucks at drawing what? Reishi sucks at drawing what? Reishi sucks at drawing what? They're talking about the one page with her and Umi. Are you kidding? Even now. We're talking about 218. Are you fucking kidding? Christ, man. I have a feeling the ticket is going to be for something really small. That would be amazing. If it's just something small, right? She's going to use it on his birthday. She's going to use it on his birthday. It's right there. She's going to, okay. She might use it on his birthday. There's a real chance Chizuru will use the ticket on Kazuya's birthday. Or she'll give it back to him. I'll do anything you want. Yo, she gives it back to him. I'll do anything you want. Bro. Anything I want ticket, do what you want. Oh my god. What if Chizuru finally uses it and just tells him, tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Oh, that's going to be perfect. No. The ticket is, tell me what you want. I think that's what's going to be. Her ticket, the thing she wants, tell me what you want. Oh, that would be perfect. No, they weren't talking about 218. Kazuya is going to double down again and say we were always worthy of the ring. Maybe. Isn't there a cover with Kazuya dressed as a monkey? Yeah, but there's also a lot of covers of him being dressed as a dog and a cat and a lamb and a whole bunch of other things. So that not really a valid argument, you know? Tell me what you want. Another kiss, please. No, you're too innocent. I think the next kiss will be initiated by Kazuya. Dude, it has to be. It needs to be. It would be the 5th kiss too. It would be the 5th kiss too. That would be super fucking fitting. It needs to be. It needs to be. It is literally his fucking kiss. It is his kiss to have. He needs to initiate the 5th kiss, dude. It is his kiss to have. Like, literally, 4 is Chizuru's thing. 5 is Kazuya's thing. Come on, it's his kiss to have. It will not end in a kiss. Hell no. I'm just wondering if the Kiss Monkey cover chapter is related in any way. The Kiss Monkey? The Kazuya Monkey cover chapter? I mean, I feel like that's digging a tad, but who knows? I mean, everything is connected. Every single thing is connected. Like, for instance, Chizuru looking like a kid here. Trying to understand love. Just as at the very end of the arc, in chapter 333, Chizuru is like a kid. She devolves to being a kid here. I'm crashing out on the ticket. Whenever we want Kazuya's response, then you out of nowhere kiss. I'm cashing in the ticket. Whatever you want Kazuya response, and then out of nowhere kiss. People forget that the panel when Umi comes to Chizuru's house is supposed to have an uncomfortable tone. So why would Chizuru have a big? Oh, you're talking about. I know which one you're talking about. So there's 2 of them that people talk about that's really fucking stupid, but let's point them out real quick. 288, not 288, 287 is when Umi first shows up. And you have this butt panel. It's highlighting Chizuru's silhouette. But the butt does look kind of cute here, so I don't know what you're fucking talking about. But yes, it's supposed to highlight that, right? Chizuru's silhouette is intentionally being highlighted. The one that people said Chizuru doesn't have Reiji doesn't give her a butt here is this one. But the whole point of this shot isn't to highlight Chizuru's butt. Like it's there, but it just looks flat from this angle. The point of this shot is to make her look kind of scary. The point of this shot here is to make her look kind of scary. That's the reason it's shown the way that it is. It's supposed to look kind of scary. You're supposed to feel uncomfortable. So her hair is waving. There's a very intentional focus on her silhouette, and it's kind of creepy a little bit, and that's the point. Yeah, it kind of looks like squares. That's the whole idea. It's supposed to look kind of scary. It's not supposed to look attractive. But people are like, oh my god, Reiji... They picked that one fucking panel to be like, oh, Reiji doesn't draw good butts. Or Reiji has flat butts, and I'm like, bitch, are we looking at the same thing? To be fair, the butts aren't always consistent. Like, Chizuru's butt looks smaller now than it did before. Before, Reiji used to draw her with a big bahunkas. But now it's like a cute small butt. She has a cute butt now. In 244, we also see her butt. Where is it? Cute butt. Chizuru has a cute butt. People forget the chapter 324 also has to show and gets the point across. All he has to show and get the point across. 324. What's up with 324? I don't know what you're talking about. Arata isn't better than Kazuya, and I'm tired of thinking otherwise. He isn't. Arata is literally traditionally masculine in every conceivable way, but Arata isn't actually strong. Like, Arata is a great brother, but Arata's whole thing that's actually kind of brilliant about his character, that's fascinating, is Arata, despite seemingly like helping his sisters constantly, Arata helps people a lot. He has no actual agency over his own life. And that's kind of Arata's... That's what makes Arata the flip of Kazuya. Arata has no actual agency over his own life. He has agency in how he helps other people. Kazuya is the opposite. Kazuya literally transforms his world. Right? Kazuya literally transforms the very world he lives in, and he chases what he wants. Arata actually actively chases what other people want. He's actively trying to give his sister things, but and just because he thinks it's like the right thing. But Arata is very traditionally masculine in every conceivable way, and a part of the reason he's so he's the way that he is because he has privilege. He is absolutely completely fucking privileged. He literally was trained from childhood to be physically strong. He literally has good clothes. He has good looks that was bestowed upon him by his family. He has good genes. He has good memes. He has good like everything, you know. And that's the idea. He's supposed to be everything the audience thinks they want. But they don't see how Arata has like actually no control over his own life, like what he actually wants to do. A lot of it is actually chosen for him in a lot of ways. He's at the whims of his sisters. Even when he's helping, even when he supposedly looks in control, he's actually at the whim of his sisters. Every character in that story are on the whims of fate. They act on their emotions. Their emotions control them. They don't control their emotions. They don't control their choices. Their choices control them. And that's literally the entirety of Shunji Family to me, is all the characters are controlled by external forces. And this is most given example by Banri in the current story, where she's literally being controlled by someone else because they have something over her. And Arata frees her from that control, but he's not free himself, right? Arata is seemingly freeing all of his sisters, but in reality, what ends up happening is that they get trapped in the emotion of "I love him," instead of he's like, he's the big brother that cares for me a lot. Arata always saves them because he's the good big brother, when in reality, all of them start falling in love with him suddenly because there's no barriers. Because the barrier is gone, now it's okay. And so pretty much that's the kind of the whole thing with the Shiunji family that makes it so fascinating as a story, is that it's presented very traditionally. It's a harem by every conceivable note, and everything it shows is intentionally traditional, contrasted by the actual structure of the narrative itself and what the narrative is actually saying. The constant counter to it. It's literally the best way I can put it. Shiyunji family is basically quintessential quintuplets by design, but literally not. It's literally in some ways kind of criticizing the concept of quintessential quintuplets and what that is, and that idea of picking someone, and the idea of one of the sisters winning and all of that. It's actually actively criticizing that. And I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't go, if at some point everything kind of flips on its head and it's not at all what we understood it to be. It's kind of the epitome of a slow burn. Quintessential, not quintessential quintuplets. Shinji family is the epitome of a slow burn, and the focus on the family and the connection of the family rather than so much the love. There's a constant contrast between familial love and romantic love, and how those two things are constantly clashing with each other, because it's creating rivalries and fights between the family and the people. I don't think Arata will pick one of his sisters. I think that would be so fitting if he doesn't. If in the end of it all, he doesn't pick any of the sisters. That would be really interesting. But I don't know, because Reiji has essentially been using each of the chapters so far to establish how each of one of the sisters fell in love with him. Right? Reiji has been essentially establishing how each one of the sisters has been falling in love with him. Now that Bonri is probably going to fall in love with him, right? Then what do you do after that, you know? After Bonri seemingly falls in love with him, now you have this entire setup where all the sisters seemingly love him, right? So now what do you do with it? Now how do you explore it? Dedicating your life to explaining this shit anime. You're wasting your own fucking time coming into my chat telling me to get a life. Think about that for a second. You're literally wasting your time telling me I'm wasting time. I'm literally making money from this. You're in my chat telling me I'm wasting my time. Think about that for a second. I'm actually I'm getting something out of this. Not only am I getting enjoyment, I'm literally getting money out of this. But you're in chat telling me how I'm wasting my time. So I'm sorry, who's the one who doesn't have a life? Who's the one who doesn't have a nice room with figures of the stuff he enjoys? Who's the one who is in my chat telling me what to do with my time? Like, why don't you get a life? Why don't you go do something more productive with your time than putting someone else down for enjoying something they like and talking about it? Everyone else in chat doesn't seem to mind. I've gotten 300 or so viewers. They seem to fucking enjoy what I'm talking about. So why are you here telling me what to feel? Maybe consider that you're the one being the jerk here. Just a clue. I don't think I can handle another earth-shattering plot twist, but it's coming soon. I can feel it. I think it's going to be a positive plot twist. I don't know if you're talking about Shunji Family or if you're talking about this series, but I think for Shunji Family, we're kind of reaching that point where something big is going to flip in the script. And Reiji has been putting all the signs there. You're supposed to kind of pay attention to all the signs that Reiji has put for the Shunji Family. I think one interesting thing the Shunji Family might do is have a time skip where they all graduate and become adults. That would be interesting. Where it has a time skip to them becoming adults. And that would be, whoa. The only reason I say this, is because let me pull up Twitter. The only reason I say this is because the second Reiji, the second Reiji. So Reiji has a second artist for the Shiunji family who's also named Reiji, and here he is saying he drew adult. So translated weird. He drew adult Minami. This is adult Minami. This is her as an adult. So there's a possibility of a time skip in Shiunji family where they become adults. Or time passes or something, because why are we drawing adult Minami? Like, this is Minami afterwards when she's an adult. So, we're already getting maybe signs like, oh, we're going to go into their adulthood. What's going on in the chat right now? Just let people enjoy what you enjoy. Funny name, effing chat, bro. Effing chat. Especially for the MC, it's a yes from me. I don't know what effing chat is referring to. I'm gonna assume it's not bad. I'm gonna try not to assume it's bad. Like college adult or actual grown 25-year-old adult. They seem to be in college. I'm getting college vibes, less than high school vibes. They did tease that Arata may in fact be related to one of his sisters, which would be a good twist because that means somebody already lost. Oh, yeah. They did say that in the end of... Wait. 3D Model, you're currently reading, right? Oh, fucking weirdo. 3D Model, you're currently reading, right? Did we ever find out who's the other person that was related? I never saw it. I don't know who it is. I never figured out who was the other person that was related to them, or who the other twins were. You missed my explanation of chapter 345 above. What explanation? Just copy paste it. I don't know if I can like scroll back and find it. Just copy paste it. No, not yet. We don't know yet. Oh my god. That's crazy. I wonder who it is. My guess is that it's Kono. I think we don't know. It could be sisters. It could literally just be sisters related to each other and not Arata related to anybody. Though the most crazy twist would be Arata is related to somebody. Call of Duty reference, press F to pay respect. Wait, it was? I thought F in chat was like not respect. It was like, oh, failure. I think the oldest sister is Arata's actual sister. Well, we don't know that apparently, so we're not going to take any guesses. If you're referring to Banri. But Banri doesn't have, like, the same hair as Arata. So, I don't know. We don't know yet. Yeah, if you want to... Yeah, just copy paste chapter 324. I don't know what you're referring to. Fucking chat. I know what F in chat play on words. Reiji isn't M. Night Shyamalan, but I can see at most a cat fight breaking out. Between Minnie and Chizuru? Or the sisters? Dang, adult Minami is bad. Okay, what else is left? How long have I been streaming? 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'll go for 3 hours today, and then I'll give it a break. I don't wanna stream too long. I was actually thinking of seeing Fantastic Four today. I think Fantastic Four is out. I was thinking of seeing that today, and I've been meaning to finish my reaction to the video so I can upload that. We already took our guesses that I think Minnie and Chizuru will have some sort of conflict in the next chapter. But I kind of hope Minnie doesn't do anything. I kind of hope Chizuru tells Minnie to not do anything. That's kind of what I hope. I hope Chizuru tells Minnie, don't do anything. Please let it be his choice. She'll tell her, I kissed him, I did this, but don't do anything. And Minnie will be like, what do you mean? Why not? That would be interesting. Wouldn't that be interesting? That Chizuru is like, just don't do anything. Or she asks her not to do anything. That would be kind of fascinating. But I don't know. So chapter 3 or 4, when Kazuya said, it is wrong for me to have these feelings. No one is going to help him realize what his feelings are worth but himself. But he himself. Oh. Okay. Mizuhara is so cute. I'm glad she told me what she wanted to eat. This takes care of dinner. Either way, it's my time to shine. I'll give her the best hot pot ever. I guess that should have been obvious. Searching for Chinese hot pot in Tokyo gives unlimited results. I can't just pick the best rated one or the restaurant review site either. Looking up Chinese hot pot brings up all kinds of themes, or all kinds of them. I want Mizuhara to enjoy it, but which one is she in the mood for? Notice how he constantly puts what she wants first, just as she does. How are we supposed to eat these? Is that a special etiquette for it? These are probably eaten these before, but what if I'm the one who doesn't know? Isn't that interesting? So one thing I found was really fascinating was when Kazuya goes to the hot pot place with Minnie. Minnie shows him all the stuff to do and all that stuff. But when Kazuya and Chizuru go to the hot pot, there's like no focus at all. You never see them walk in. Chizuru's doing all of the serving. Kazuya doesn't do any of that stuff. It's all about the talk between them. Every single thing Kazuya was thinking about when it comes to that moment with Chizuru does not happen. So we'll get to that in just a sec. Let's finish reading this. Mizuhara's probably in this before. What if I'm the only one who doesn't know? Where'd you hear that? I'd lose tons of points and it'd be such a confusing night out. I don't know anything about this. How am I supposed to show her a good night out like this? I mean, what if the best one is in Haichiji or something? Maybe it's too risky to choose based on the restaurant. Chinese hot pot increases your stamina. I love Chinese hot pot. Chinese hot pot warms me up inside and gives me kind of the hots too. Women with strong sex drive prefer Chinese hot pot. I don't feel like it's possible anymore for me to separate lust from love. How interesting. Because they are one and the same. They are connected. I know it's still too early, but I've never been this close to you. Ever since I met you 2 years ago, it's the truth that I want to support you, but I've also had these other thoughts about you every single day. To be honest, is it wrong for me to have these feelings, Mizuhara? Ooh. It all clicks. Not that I hate myself any less for it. Poor Kazuya. Minnie texts him. Where are you? Ikebukuro. Huh? She's close. Kazuya and Minnie go to the hot pot place. This is my first time here. Wow, really? Nah, I lied. It's my 8th time. There's the 8 again. There's the fucking 8 again. Minnie's birthday is on the 8th. It's on the 8th of April. Minnie 8 is literally in Niyomori. It's the 8th anniversary. And Minnie wears an endless 8 shirt when they first move in together. We're breaking the fucking chain. We're breaking the loop. We're breaking it all, man. We're about to shatter the goddamn loop, dude. Why even lie about that? So what do you want to talk about? Oh, it's about the date we talked about before. Something's been on my mind. Oh, really? Is it something serious? Isn't it interesting? Kazuya goes to talk to Minnie about his feelings. He doesn't talk to about his feelings to Chizuru. And in fact, he actually doesn't even tell Minnie everything. Anywho, let's get some drinks for now. Remember what we said earlier? Guys and girls go out drinking. Oh, so you should expect something. Except the other girl says, "Oh, but I think you can be friends too." Oh, Chizuru-san wants to eat Chinese hot pot. Yeah, I figured she'd go in. I figured I shouldn't go in blind. What's wrong with that? I can't read what any of these are. Is this Chinese? It doesn't have an explanation, so I can't understand. I would have panicked if I come here first with Mizuhara. Everything in Chinese, even ordering on the phone. Are all Chinese hot pot like this? Which one should I order? Let me see. Well, I think it's fine to leave it up to Chizuru-san. If she doesn't want anything in particular, the mana and batang double pot is pretty good. Minnie has been here 8 times, just like Chizuru has been to Chinese hot pot a whole bunch of times. The restaurant looks really authentic, but other places should have it on the menu too. You can't go wrong if you just order the most popular combo on the menu. She says something in Chinese. You might go to a different restaurant on the date, but I should take her advice. Lastly, there's the dipping sauce. Dipping sauce? Pretty much all these restaurants have tons of sauces and condiments to choose from. You can mix them however you like. They have to prepare the hot pot, so you might as well make some sauce while you wait. He imagines them mixing sauce together and Chizuru picking some. I think I'll add some sesame seeds and cilantro. Oh, sounds great. What's the tofu sauce? Oh, no idea. Maybe I should give it a try. Imagine choosing a sauce with Mizuhara. Wait a second. What if she asks me something I know nothing about? This sucks. I'm glad I came here first. This looks like this Minnie didn't even notice this. I'll look this stuff up later. Did you forget your courage back at Laurel Hills? Did you forget your courage back at Royal Hills? What happened in Royal Hills, fellas? What do we remember about Royal Hills? I'll wait until you feel you love me. I'll be waiting for you. What are you saying? You've got the family business you need to take care of. You're going to miss your chance at getting married like that. Please don't worry. I'll give it everything I have. Chizuru literally actively tempers him. Yo, stop saying stupid shit. Here's your mala and bating. This completes your double pot combo. Wow, it looks great. Yeah, I see why girls seem to like this now. So, anyway, what you got all you're worried about? Well, it's just that the date, you're having Chinese hot pot, but I have no idea where to begin with all the other stuff. Aha, this is spicy. Right? Kazuya wasn't paying attention to what was in front of him, and he ended up eating something too spicy, and he wasn't ready for it. It is hot pot. I don't know what you were expecting. Just like right here, Kazuya had these expectations of these moments with Chizuru, but if we go to the actual date, if we go to that actual moment when they reach the place, it skipped right to it. To be honest, I've never had this before, Chinese hot pot. He missed out on an experience. Chizuru's never had Chinese hot pot. Kazuya missed out on an experience. They could have been both blind to this, but Kazuya felt the need to prepare. What happened with the mommy thing? Do you guys remember what we were just reading with the mommy thing? I'm not used to, I never go out on girls before. I'm new to this. I'm just the same. What this was telling you is that they were both new to this. They fucked up. They were supposed to both be new to this, but Kazuya felt the need to prepare. Chizuru walked in blind, Kazuya walked in prepared. Like Chizuru wanted him to walk in blind. When do we see these two? When do we see these two? Remember what she said about her boyfriend? I'm okay with anything as long as it's him. She's wearing a teddy bear shirt. Just like who was wearing a teddy bear shirt? Uh-huh. Okay. What happens in this chapter? She's drinking alcohol. I read on social media that if she orders soda, then the date's already doomed. The fact that she's drinking on a date means that she's comfortable being around me. Imagine something pretty bad. Maybe there's a chance that that could happen. Yeah, Kazuya, maybe there actually is. He said you were going into telecommunications before. They start talking about stuff. I like people who probably think things through. It's just I had nothing else on my mind except for preparing for today. What happens here? I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? Tell me everything. I want to know everything. I would be your girlfriend, right? I'm okay with everything. There's a bit of a mixed signal happening here. I like people who properly think things through. Ironic, because he really thought this entire date through. Isn't that pretty ironic? And then she tells him, what makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? She's giving him the green light. I forgot. This thing, doesn't this thing say, what does this thing say again? Isn't this thing say like go ahead or something? Like it says highball, but doesn't this text right here mean go ahead or something? I totally forgot. I'm pretty sure it's like Chizuru's literally giving him the green light. Go ahead, do it. Do it. Do it. And he goes to the bathroom. And so, doesn't that literally mirror this girl? As long as it's him, I'm okay with anything. Hey, I'm giving you the green light. Go for it. But Kazuya misunderstands. He's getting mixed signals. I love how he's fucking spinning on the thing. He's getting mixed signals. I thought it was over at one point, but then 10 seconds later, she's talking about she'll be my girlfriend. The emotional roller coaster of never ending. But things seem good. Things seem good, right? You definitely want to make time to talk with her. This is a direct reference to this chapter. This is a direct reference to this chapter where Kazuya and Minnie are together in this restaurant, a Chinese hot pot restaurant. And what does Minnie say? Kazuya doesn't notice what's in front of him and eats the hot pot and gets burned, right? Kazuya doesn't notice what's in front of him, eats the hot pot, gets burned. Yeah, it is hot pot. That's how it goes. This place is definitely the real deal, but all restaurants are like this. This is the real deal. You're getting the go-ahead. This is the real deal. Seriously, wouldn't eating this affect the rest of our date? Are we supposed to eat this on our first date? Now that I think about it, Mizuho ordered mopo tofu when he had Chinese hot pot. Does she like spicy food? Either way, it's what she wants to eat. I can't change plans. I still have so many things to work out. Anyway, it's a problem for me. Mizuho doesn't use any shosho, so I don't really know what kind of stuff she likes. Yeah, and she's been through all kinds of dates. Yeah, I know. I know the most important thing is to make sure Mizuhara has a good time. We can't do the same thing as the cheer up date, or else she'll think I'm a one-trick pony. Isn't that interesting? Because Kazuya is so focused on making sure she has a good time. What's Chizuru trying to do? Making sure he has a good time. They're clashing because they're so focused on trying to make the other person happy. Well, the safest play would be a theme park. I saw the TikTok that experiencing stuff together is key to a close relationship. A theme park, huh? She saw it from someone else, right? So this is another characterization of Minnie here. She saw it from someone else. She didn't experience it herself. It's supposed to rain on the day. What? It's really gonna rain? It's gotta be an indoor date. How about playing Smash Bros at home? Are you even trying to help? Pretty rough, right? I've considered going to a theme park like a million times, but the rainy weather report makes it too risky to plan something like that. The date would be ruined if she got soaked wet. She wouldn't enjoy any of the food either. You definitely want to make time to talk with her. Time to talk. The ball's in Chizuru's court for as long as she keeps up her research. With your moving date coming up, I think you can expect some kind of answer from her. The research ended. The ball is not in her court anymore. It is now in Kazuya's court. She gave him an answer. She gave him two answers, mind you, right? Just like you had. Most of the date is pretty much like this. You have Chizuru's eyes closed, talking about planning for the future. Do you have some plan for the future, telecommunications? She makes it sound like a casual topic between students, but I feel like it's part of her research, right? I'm going to find a job. I'm looking at different businesses right now, and I applied for a new internship. Wow, I see. How long do you plan to do that? 3 years, 5 years? Huh? It's important to plan for the future, right? Your career options will change depending on if you want to experience to achieve something. She's talking about something super serious while skimming the broth. Isn't that interesting? She's skimming the broth. She's trying to lessen the load, right? She's trying to make it not as strong. What now? I haven't really put that much thought into it. I shouldn't lie. Oh, I'm not sure. To be honest, I probably gotta try it first before I know anything. I'm just waiting to see how it goes. She stopped skimming. I like people who properly think things through, right? So now it hits really hard, and you're like, ow, that stung. Sorry, I know I should have put more thought into this kind of stuff. It's just that nothing else on my mind except for preparing for today. He was preparing. He was thinking it through just for today specifically. Being busy isn't a good excuse. Hardship makes the man. You need to put your best effort into both romance and your work. She's trying to give advice. You're right. Don't get the wrong idea. She flips the meaning. No, this is my actual intention. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. It's not like I'm against it or anything. Not everything goes according to plan in life. That doesn't mean it's okay to not have one, right? That's why if we're together, I'd like to know what you'll be doing in 3 or 5 years. How will we be moving for work? How much time will we have off? What kind of company will you work in? What makes you stressed? How can I support you? How often can we see each other? What kind of life will we have? I mean, I would be your girlfriend, right? Tell me what you are going through. Tell me everything. I want to know everything. Let it all out. I'm giving you the green light. I'm giving you the green light. Okay. So, at the end of it, what ends up happening? She says she rejects him and then seemingly gives him the green light right after. The mixed signals again. Okay, Kazuya, focus on the positive one. Kazuya, you got to pick the positive one. You got right? She gave you her answer. Now the ball is in your court. You got to make a choice, Kazuya. She gave you the answer. The ball is in your court. I think she'll give you an answer even if you didn't do anything. Even if you don't do anything, she'll give you an answer. But she needs something to make her feel comfortable before she talks. Minnie predicted this. Since she has a strong sense of responsibility. Kazuya, so what happened here? They go to the beach. Let's go through it real quick. Chapter 380. Chizuru has a strong sense of responsibility. She stops him. She wants to give him an answer, even though in the date, Kazuya did nothing. Literally, like Minnie said, even if you don't do anything, she's going to give you an answer. But she needs something to make her feel comfortable before she talks. That never happens. Kazuya never actually makes her feel comfortable before she can talk. When does he make her feel comfortable? On the walk home. She's scared. She's shaking. She's afraid he's going to hate her, and he comforts her. And he tells her, I'll always love you no matter what. She feels accepted. She feels comfortable. Minnie was right. Yamoi-san's right. I've been so focused on making sure Mizuhara has a good time, but depending on how the date goes, she could take some sort of action of her own. He's literally right. But what does Minnie do? Minnie gives good advice, but makes a crucial fucking mistake. Her insecurities. Minnie's insecurities stop Kazuya from making the right choices, even though she knows what the right thing to do is. Minnie gives him fantastic advice here. And that advice literally is what's missing from that portion in the date until after that portion, right? After he gets his answer, that's when you realize it. That's when it clicks for you. Kazuya, this is Kazuya's mistake here. So focused on giving her a good time, he never actually made sure how she was feeling. But what does Minnie do in the practice state? She tells him how he should act. She literally gives him the opposite of the advice she just gave. She does the wrong thing. She gives him the opposite advice because she stops looking at Chizuru and starts looking at what she thinks Chizuru is. Shit, I'm having these ridiculous fantasies again. Well, you seem pretty confident. I don't know. You think so? I can't tell her. This is the one thing I really can't tell her. Kazuya can't tell Minnie about his desire for sex. Huh. The one thing he has not told Minnie about, and the one thing he has not told Chizuru about. There's one single thing that Minnie doesn't know about, that Chizuru doesn't know about either, and he can tell her. The one crucial missing piece that will let Chizuru know Kazuya way more than Minnie ever did, even though Minnie seemingly knows everything. Isn't that interesting? Kazuya's deepest, innermost secret, the thing that scares him the most. Just as Chizuru's innermost secrets that scare her the most. What kind of nice places have you visited before? You had her date you several times already, Master. Wasn't there anywhere that left a good impression? Somewhere nice. I prefer thoughts aside. Yamori-san's right. It's a good idea to make time for us to talk. She might talk to me about how she feels. I need the perfect place for that. But. Chizuru steps out. There's a veil, and no one is there. She gets a call from Yu Day. This dude's name is literally magnificent. This dude's name is literally magnificent. Hello? Yes, thanks. Notice how the light is off. It's dark out. There's nothing there. So they talk about a big party, and this is contrasted by the mundane. Oysters. Oh, I like them. Oh, a party? Yeah, I'm surprised you got a reservation there. Oh, everyone from Puriton will be there? I'd love to see them again. Sorry, but I have plans on the 17th. For all those people who are like, oh, Chizuru just cares about her career and progressing her career, shut the fuck up. Here she is, literally getting invited to a super fancy place by a coworker whose name is literally magnificent. And he invites the cast from a play or like, what is it, an acting business stuff, who she knew and she met them and she'd love to meet them again. And she says, no, I'm picking Kazuya. She'll always pick him first. Every time. Even when she's rejecting him, she's picking him first. When people don't seem to realize that. Okay. Having fun, okay? Have fun, okay? Whew, that was good. Chinese hot pot are great. I'm stuffed. I know what to expect from Chinese hot pot now. Next, I'm going to look for one plate to eat on our date. In any case, it's obvious Chizuru-san's trying to move things along since she accepted your date. I think it's safe to have confidence in yourself, Master. In the date, Kazuya doesn't have confidence in himself. I'll try. Okay, off to sing karaoke with my friends. I'll be around if you need me again. She's always so giddy. Yeah, it all comes down to how Mizuhara feels. Trying to rely on others for help won't get me anywhere. But there's no way I can help. But there's no way I can half-ass it either. Will I really be able to come up with anything? I mean, a theme park would be great, but there's the rainy weather report. I need the perfect date spot, one that doesn't come on too strong or too distant, and we can talk and we can take our time talking with each other. But where would that be? Right? Kazuya struggles to talk to Chizuru for most of it. Places I've visited. Huh. There is. I know a place. That settles it. I've got my date plan. It's crazy how it all clicks together. Crazy how it all takes together. Thought. Chizuru said Kazuya put out rain whenever he was with her, but the rain on their date didn't go away. Maybe because Kazuya is not really there, but trying really hard to be Umi. Thematically, yeah. I can see that. The rain does clear in the end, but they go to the ocean. Umi. At the ocean, he's literally rejected. Like the place where he thought that the ocean is everything Kazuya wants, which is why Chizuru stands on the side of the ocean. The ocean represents everything Kazuya thinks he wants. But he's so blinded by Umi, by the ocean, that he doesn't see the person right in front of him. That's the point of this scene. That's the point of this shot. He's so busy looking at the sea and the scenery, he's not seeing Chizuru. She's literally in shadow. She's literally shadowed out. But the rain does inevitably stop, and it's because when the rain stops, the path is paved. The path is completely clear for them to find the solution. The solution was not found, but the road was paved for Kazuya. The rain cleared because everything was there for him to get what he wants, and everything was there for Chizuru to get what she wants, but they couldn't do it. Chizuru avoids being a burden, but she doesn't understand that she already has a family that truly loves her. Even though it's not blood, she will end up alone if she misses Kazuya though immature. I think you're like looking at a different Chizuru. You're looking at a much earlier Chizuru. Actually, I don't even think this is Chizuru. She's not letting him. She's literally letting him have a choice. She gave him the green light. She literally already gave him a choice. Chizuru isn't being immature here. Chizuru literally gave him a choice. And they are her family, and she knows they are her family. And she's not just letting them go, she's just giving them a choice. If you want to stay, you can stay. I'm not going to force you to stay, though. I want you to stay because you want to, not because I'm going to force you to. I don't think Minnie will be the glue. I don't think Minnie is not the glue. Minnie is the illusion. The better question is, what does Minnie actually want? Minnie is an illusion. Minnie is not the glue. Chizuru already knows. Chizuru gave him the green light to come back. She gave him the green light. He just needs to trust her and come back. This isn't about Minnie doing anything. If anything, I think it would be more fitting for Chizuru to ask Minnie not to do anything, right? And rather ask Minnie, what does she want? What does Minnie actually want? Not keeping them together. It's not Minnie's role to keep them together. That's not her role. What does Minnie actually want? Minnie's not supposed to be the glue. She's not the great unifier. She's not Oda Nobunaga. She's dressed up as Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga clings to her arm, but she's not Oda Nobunaga. She's not the great unifier. That's not what Minnie is. Who is Minnie? And what does she want? And what does Kazuya want? If they want to come back, they'll come back. You have to trust them. Right? Chizuru gave him the green light. She trusted him, and she kissed him, and she told him how she felt. If Kazuya wants to come back, he'll come back. It's that simple. Like, it's not Minnie's role to glue them together. That's not what it is. Chizuru is not being immature. Chizuru is actually being quite mature about all of this. She's just simply giving Kazuya a choice. She's just like, okay, I kissed you. I gave you the green light. If you want to come back, now you know how I feel. Funny, Chizuru told Kazuya it never rains when she's with him, but here it does. Why? Because they weren't as close as they are now. It rains. The rain is baggage, and ultimately has never resolved. The rain is not baggage, it is trauma. The rain is trauma, grief, tragedy, every single thing the Ichinose family experienced. But they do power through it. They do get through it in the end. They made it through the rain. They made it through the entire day. They got through. They had to face the baggage head on. They had to climb the metaphorical river or the metaphorical waterfall in order to get what they want. Right? Isn't the rain kind of like a waterfall? It's coming down on you. And you have to power through it, and you have to get through it. Kazuya was paralyzed. It's not all his fault. I said this too. Kazuya, I don't think Kazuya was paralyzed. I think Kazuya was under an illusion. Kazuya was under an illusion, and he was trapped in that illusion. And that illusion finally broke in the end. Minnie says something, maybe she's talking about booze. Why did the rain stop? External forces that should have been tackling? No, the rain stopped because the path was paved. When does the rain stop? What are we doing after this? Chizuru says, are you sure that you're okay with not going? Don't we have something to talk about? Something we need to talk about? Don't we have to face this? Don't we have to get an answer to all of this? I want to go. I want to find an answer to all of this. At any rate, it's happening here in Odaiba. I'll get her answer tonight. Mizuhara? There we're gonna go. Do you mind if I drink one more before we leave? Well, you have. Maybe a lemon sour. I'll have one too. The rain cleared because the path was cleared. Right? We know where we're gonna go. The path is cleared. You don't need your umbrella anymore. You don't need a shield anymore. Let go of your shields. It's a paradox. Kazuya never drops the umbrella. He never lets go of the shield. It's closed. The umbrella he's carrying is closed, but he never drops the mirror. He never drops the wall. Just as Chizuru never actually drops the wall. Right? They were both scared in the end. Even though they went to the ocean was still scary for them. The rain stopped because the path was clear. To get everything that they want. To drop all facades and say exactly what they want. They never did. Chizuru's frustrations towards Kazuya being closed off towards her is precisely why I think Minnie might end up being a lightning rod for hostility from Chizuru in the next chapter. Jealousy. Oh yeah, Chizuru is definitely jealous of Minnie. That is for sure. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, wow. How did that... Bro, you just made me realize something. You just made me realize something. Who is Chizuru jealous of here? She's jealous of Ruka. And she tells this to Minnie. Why did I do such a thing? Ruka-chan's the one who's truly in love, huh? Shouting at the top of her lungs that she loves him with no reservation at all. I can't stop over someone's feelings of love with these feelings I don't understand. But she can be so passionate. I envy her for that. Holy crap. Holy crap. Good gosh. Have you seen Minnie-chan? She didn't come home last night. She's probably at a friend's place. That's what she said yesterday. She went to karaoke after that. Yesterday, yeah. We ate together yesterday. Going to the bathroom? Go ahead. No, you go first. She goes in the bathroom. Her pants are literally down. I stayed the night at a friend's place. Sorry about the charger. You look like you had fun. I heard that you ate with him yesterday. Do you guys talk about anything? She's jealous. Chizuru does have jealousy towards Minnie. She's actually quite jealous of Minnie. It's so stupid. Okay, maybe Minnie okay, so there is a possibility that Chizuru will tell her she's jealous of her because Kazuya opens up to Minnie, but he doesn't open up to her. So Minnie could tell Kazuya, be like, hey, why do you never tell her what you're thinking? Why do you never share what you're thinking with her? Huh? Right? And Minnie will realize, oh man, I've actually been getting in their way the whole time. And she realizes in that moment, I was never the great unifier. I divided them. I got in the way. He came to me. He over-relied on me. All I did was get in their way. Shit. Oh, wow. Minnie will literally see how she's been getting in the way the whole fucking time. And realize how she's always been in their way. No, Chizuru isn't jealous of Sumi. No, Chizuru isn't jealous of Sumi. Yeah, Minnie might have a facepalm moment. Chizuru isn't jealous of Sumi. Sumi's her bro. Right? No, Sumi is her bro. She's not jealous of Sumi. I think Chizuru's definitely not jealous of Sumi. But Chizuru does experience jealousy, and that's not bad. Like, if anything, it's a good thing she's jealous. That means she likes him. Like, people say jealousy is bad. Jealousy is bad when it becomes destructive. She isn't jealous because she doesn't know about Sumi's feelings. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But there's nothing wrong with feeling jealousy, right? She just wants Kazuya all to herself. Like, and that's perfectly fine. Like, jealousy is an expression of love. Like, if you're not jealous, are you really in love? Right? If you're not jealous of when the person you love is with someone else, are you really in love? Of course you feel jealousy. It's how you express it though. It's how you control it. Like, of course you feel jealousy, but it's what you do with it. The funny thing is, it almost stopped right after she did the fortune teller test. That was 100% accurate. Yeah, the rain was stopping. The rain started slowing down after they did the fortune telling test, right? Let's see where it was. It's 374. That's when they left. 373. 372. Do you believe fate can bring people together? The rain starts to slow down. And what happens? What happens in chapter 382? Fate brought them together. Oh, that's so good. Look at this dumbass with her pants down. Nah, girl, you being jealous isn't stupid. It's important. Chizuru feels guilty because it was her who pushed Kazuya to Ruka. And in some ways, Kazuya always went to Minnie because of Chizuru's actions. So chapter 384, we got Chizuru POV, which is a reversal of chapter 1, where Kazuya introduced himself after a breakup. In chapter 384, we get Chizuru after she rejected someone, but then... What? 385 was given a spare key as a reversal of chapter 322 and reversal... I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I'm just... Light Yagami, just write that in the comments, although you're already getting things wrong. Because chapter 382 is the reversal of chapter 1. Chapter 384 is when she gives him the key, so you're already actually messing things up. No. I kind of don't understand your comment. You think about Chizuru and Minnie's fight was never resolved. It was just paused. Oh, no. If you think about it, Chizuru and Minnie's fight was never resolved. It was just paused. Yeah. Then commit seppuku. Minnie realizes her mistake and commits seppuku. Jealousy makes relationships healthy. Yeah. Oh, my God. Just like Oda Nobunaga. Oh, my God. She never sees the dream realized. Oh, wow. Just like Oda Nobunaga, Minnie never sees the dream realized. She's not actually going to kill herself, but... Right. Chizuru wants Kazuya to feel jealous over her clients. Remember, Kazuya against Chizuru wants to quit rental girlfriend, take responsibility, but Kazuya won't let her. Yes, but that was just something that he just needed to do, and it was fine. He tells her, what about money? And he doesn't want her to just quit. He wants her to be safe and comfortable before she quits. But it's not like Kazuya isn't jealous. That question was also about herself rather than... It was about her own jealousy. It was an expression of her own jealousy. And you remember what she says to Kazuya? It's like, if you're not jealous, can you really say you're in love? Where is it? I think it was 362. It's not. She tells him like, "Oh, you've been here with Ruka." He's like, "No, I haven't. It was with Minnie. Besides, it's not the same. It's because of your job." I see. Sorry, but are you really okay? Of course, I intend to quit being a rental girlfriend, but you always say stuff like that. But I know what you think. But you know what I think? If you can imagine your partner being with the opposite sex and not feel anything, that's not really love. So if you don't like it, I want you to tell me. Oh, if we start dating, right? She's already telling him like, I want to be your girlfriend. Like, there isn't anything in between. She was literally telling him the entire day, I want to be your girlfriend. Minnie's going to leave before they get together after she worked that whole time at getting them together. Damn. And Minnie's gonna miss it. Minnie already missed them kissing. So what if this time as a reversal, Minnie may not be involved, or maybe she will be? It'll be interesting. Maybe this time she doesn't try to help. Maybe this time Minnie doesn't try to help. But I think Minnie will come back. I think they'll bring Minnie back. I think Minnie's going to feel like lonely and sad alone, and she's going to feel isolated, and they're going to save her, just like she saved them in the beginning. I think that's what's going to be. So I don't think we'll actually get the Minnie resolution yet. I think Minnie's actually going to end up leaving, and she might end up being sad because she realizes she fucked up. And then Kazuya and Chizuru save her together or something. Yeah, I don't think Kazuya needs Minnie's help to visit Chizuru again. He already figured it out on his own. He didn't. Literally, the chapter is a single page. He doesn't need Minnie. But Minnie is the final boss for Chizuru. And Minnie will need to realize how she fucked up and how she got in the way. And once she realizes that, she'll feel bad and she'll want to leave. And after she'll leave, literally just like Finding Nemo, they'll save her. Right? Just like Finding Nemo, they'll save her. Just like they saved Dory. So I can definitely see them saving Rinny, just like she saved them in the start. Right? So this is the reversal, I think. This is the reversal of events. Minnie's not going to go to Kazuya, I think. If anything, Minnie's not going to text him. And wouldn't it be interesting for Kazuya to text Minnie and she doesn't respond? Literally just like the 3-month time skip. Minnie doesn't respond. So Kazuya does it on his own. He goes to Chizuru. And he does it on his own. He doesn't mean to do it. They get together. Then afterwards, they talk about Minnie and they go save Minnie. And they go like, are you okay? Don't feel like you're bad. Like, we love you. Minnie is Dory. Minnie is literally Dory. She straight up is. Minnie is straight up Dory. And I think this is setting up for us to explore Minnie and what she wants. Oh, wow. It completely clicked together. That's super cool. Yeah, what if the something else is that Chizuru's always been jealous of Minnie? And that Minnie realizes, wow, I really just got in the way the whole time. And I actually made it worse. And then she leaves, Kazuya comes back. Maybe Chizuru and Kazuya get together. Or maybe before they get together, they go and save Minnie, you know? Who knows? So yeah, if you're basing it on Finding Nemo, it's kind of like that, huh? I was thinking if she can stand up to Minnie, that she can also stand up to Ruka and Mami. Maybe that's the plan. Yeah. I think this is Chizuru's moment to stand up to everybody. Because he loves her no matter what. Right? When Kazuya tells her, like, I'll always love you, I don't think I'll love anyone else. Like, Chizuru feels totally empowered to fight anything. So I think it'll be interesting to see Chizuru actually stand up to Minnie. When before, Chizuru really couldn't fight against Minnie. Wouldn't that be interesting? No. Minnie will be pissed. We already know Minnie is actually secretly pissed off. But I don't think Chizuru's I don't know. I don't think so. I I don't know. I think Kazuya coming to pick up Chizuru's self-worth again wouldn't really do much at this point. Chizuru already feels set in her path. So I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's gonna be something else. Minnie's gonna know everything. And I don't like that idea of, oh, Chizuru's self-worth drops again. Like we already experienced that in the day. She's literally at her lowest in the day. Like right here, she's literally at her lowest. You don't get any lower than this, right? You literally lost everything. You don't get lower than this. Chizuru's prepared for a fight. Chizuru's ready for fucking war. Like when Minnie walked through that door, like, look at girl's face. This doesn't seem like someone who's about to like break down, right? Even here, when she's sad, like it's not this. It's supposed to be the reversal. Whereas before, she lets Minnie into her home. Remember chapter 335? Remember what happens in chapter 335? Or 235. 235. 234. Minnie grabs Chizuru and she says, "You're not getting away." 235. Chizuru lets Minnie into her home. Chizuru lets Minnie into her house. She wants Minnie to tell her otherwise. She wants Minnie to tell her the opposite of what she wants. She wants Minnie to help her find a solution. Minnie walked into her house here. And she's saying this is her castle. This is her place. This isn't your place, Minnie. Right? Minnie's the one who does this. It's going to be the reverse. It's going to be the reverse. No, Chizuru's going to stand up to Minnie. I can kind of feel it. I don't think. Yeah, no, I kind of don't think it's going to be. I don't think next chapter is going to be what we think it is. I kind of feel it. I feel like Minnie. I feel like Minnie is going to have some sort of conflict with Chizuru. Yeah, just literally, and that mirrors what exactly? And that mirrors what exactly? Chizuru didn't need Minnie to take down her curtain. She told Kazuya she'd take down the curtain with Minnie. She doesn't need Minnie. She didn't need Minnie's help. Here she did need Minnie's help. That's why she lets her into the house. That's why she lets Minnie into the house here. She needed Minnie's help here. She doesn't need Minnie's help anymore. No, I can do this. I don't need you to be the great unifier. I've got this. This is literally about trust. And Minnie doesn't trust. Minnie is afraid to trust. Minnie is scared. She's not ready to trust. Chizuru is going to win this war, not this battle. No, Chizuru's gonna win the whole goddamn thing. She's not winning a war. Sorry, she's not winning a battle. She's winning a war. This is called a war, the final boss fight, right? Minnie is the last thing Chizuru needs to beat. And she's ready to face Minnie head on. Chizuru's finally ready to face Minnie head on, right? And just as Chizuru is ready to face Minnie head on, it's time for Minnie to face the truth. The illusion she's put herself under. Minnie needs to be ready to face that and to live her life fully, to appreciate her life. Right? We've said before, Minnie is secretly the antagonist of this arc without realizing it. She gives great advice and then afterwards gives terrible advice. And in so doing, actively divides the pair. Well, she will probably need Minnie to clear up the misunderstanding that she caused. Wait, what? What do you mean? Are you talking about Chizuru? Or what? What misunderstood? Elaborate. I don't understand. Your sentence is terrible. Can't believe I'm saying that to Veracruz of all people. Your sentence is fucking terrible. Yeah, I know Minnie doesn't know what happened, and she'll learn that. She's going to learn what happened. She doesn't know about the kiss. Our assumption is that Minnie will learn about the kiss, which is a possibility. But I think maybe Minnie might not learn about the kiss. And we'll have to see what that is, because last time she learned about the kiss. So if this is the reverse of that, Minnie might not learn about the kiss and instead learn something else. She'll have a different kind of revelation. Last time, Minnie learned about the kiss. That was the big revelation for her. And that's how she was able to link them up together. I don't think she's going to learn about the kiss this time. I think she's going to get a new revelation that she never even considered that was always in front of her. And then Minnie is going to have, she's going to have a different kind of conflict with Chizuru. It feels like if Reiji leaves many breadcrumbs that seem silent but speaks louder than words about what the characters are facing. Interesting. Oh, dude, no. Like, if you go back to the earlier part of the stream, when we were talking about Minnie, literally the entirety of Minnie's character is hidden in plain sight. The entirety of Minnie's character and what she wants is hidden in plain sight. That Minnie is actually extremely insecure, even though she puts on the facade that she's completely fine. It's literally a flip of Chizuru. Minnie is a flip of Chizuru. That's why they understand each other. That's why Minnie understands Chizuru's job. That's why Minnie, when she dresses Chizuru up in a bunny girl outfit, literally knows Chizuru can handle this shit. Because Minnie and her are the same. Minnie literally what does Minnie get her on her birthday? What does Minnie get Chizuru on her birthday? She gets her makeup. Because they literally both use makeup and they both dress up. When Minnie and Chizuru are hanging out, Chizuru is giving her advice about how to dress and how to present herself and what works for her. That's why Minnie understands so much about Chizuru's fashion and why Chizuru understands Minnie and why they connect like sisters, because they do get each other. Minnie is a reflection of Chizuru. And if Chizuru, a person who literally hides herself, like literally puts on the facade of a no expression, Minnie's facade is the smile. Right? Chizuru's facade is the no expression. Minnie's facade is the no smile. So literally, it's that's the idea here. It's that Minnie is literally hiding here. Her eyes are closed. She's not seeing anything. We said this in an earlier stream where we talked about how Minnie and Chizuru literally parallel each other. It's 334, I think, or 338. Okay, I was off. 339. Damn it. 340. Is it 340? It's 340. They're literally flips of each other. Eyes closed, eyes open. No glasses, glasses. Single blush, double blush. Mouth open, mouth closed. What is it? Hair tied in a ponytail, hair not tied. Both wearing a hoodie, but her hoodie is white, her hoodie is red. Different color skirt. They're both wearing a skirt, different color skirts. Minnie has her hand behind her head. Minnie has her hand behind her back. Chizuru has her hand right here. Chizuru's hand is on top. Minnie's hand is on bottom. Minnie doesn't wear a skirt. Minnie doesn't wear leggings. Chizuru does wear leggings. Chizuru has the little hearts on her leg. Minnie does not have hearts. They're literally inverses of each other. They're the reverse of each other. Literally. That's the whole idea here. And that's why when Kazuya is with Minnie, he sees Chizuru. She is the illusion of Chizuru. Look at what she does here. She does the iconic Chizuru thing. One eye open, one eye closed. Except it's reversed. Chizuru usually opens this eye and closes this eye. Obviously, I'm here to check the place out for Chizuru's son. And it might ask us different questions and stuff. Do you really think there's any point in checking our compatibility? Do you really think there's any point in checking our compatibility? It looks like to give answers. She's right. Right? So Minnie picked love compatibility. Kazuya picked friend compatibility. And she's half lying here. She's actually half lying here. Part of this is the truth. Part of this is a lie. She's literally mirroring Chizuru. To understand Minnie in this arc is to understand Chizuru. But in flip. she's how Chizuru used to act. She's the mask Chizuru used to have. Whereas Chizuru in the day isn't acting like this. She's actually acting differently. Right? But to understand Minnie here is to understand Chizuru. She's literally her flip. She's her mirror. Or her reverse, if you will. Right? Just as right here she is. So she's like decorating herself with all of this stuff to hide what she's actually feeling. Regarding the ticket Kazuya gave her for her birthday, what if she decides to use it and asks him for an answer? One question, honestly. What do you want? I literally said this! Fuck! I was saying this earlier in the stream. Damn it, you must have just walked in. I was literally saying this in the stream. I want you. Creating callback to chapter 49. Oh, I did not say that. Oh, I did not say that. Okay, good job. Nice. I did not say that. I said the first one. You had me in the second one. Creating callback to chapter 49 where Kazuya first spoke aloud what he truly desired. Only this time, he won't take his words back. Oh, peak. Peak. 49. Painful death. 49 is a painful death. I wonder when that would happen. Maybe it would happen in 89. Maybe that could happen in chapter 89. Maybe it could happen sooner. Chapter 87 is next, right? Chapter 87 is next. 7 is a lucky number. Minnie's number. 388 is going to be... 388 might be about Minnie. Interesting. I don't know. It's kind of hard to predict the direction, you know? I think if Minnie got the text, she would have instantly replied, but we never see that. Minnie doesn't know Chizuru rejected him. No, she does. She knows. She knows. She totally knows. There's no way she doesn't fucking know. She totally knows. Like, there's no reason Reiji would show us Kazuya texting her if he didn't want us to know Minnie knows. There's no way in hell we wouldn't get that if Reiji did not want us to know Minnie knows. Minnie knows. Oh, Minnie wakes up, walks in, Board of the Barrel Valley, Dark Souls 3 starts playing. Oh my god. I'll just pull it up just for those who don't know what he's referring to. I fucking love that meme. Oh, I fucking love that meme, dude. Okay. So you can hear what he was saying. Minnie walks through the door. Minnie walks through the door. Pretty much. I fucking love this meme. I fucking love this meme, dude. This meme is so peak. I fucking love it so much. This meme used to make me laugh so goddamn much. I fucking love this meme. Minnie will leave. I think Minnie will leave and then they'll bring her back. If we get the reversal of chapter 3, you will have to call me by name. No, I don't. No, I don't. What the fuck are you talking about? What chapter 3 reversal? The fuck are you talking about? The whole point of the callback to chapter 1 is to call back to that this is a beginning. It doesn't mean every single thing about it mirrors, because everything about it has been the reverse. You're probably referring to this thing, right? Where Nagomi says this. He overhears it. Are you saying Kazuya's gonna overhear Minnie? Is that what you're assuming? Kazuya's gonna overhear Minnie? And Kazuya's gonna come back like that? Well, that wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Chizuru here did this because of Grandma Nagomi, not because she wanted to make Grandma Nagomi happy. She wasn't doing it for Kazuya. This is about their choices, what they want to do. It's not about doing for anybody else. What would be the reversal of chapter 3? What does that even mean? Because the reversal of chapter 3 would be not doing it for anyone else. If anything, I think it would be closer to chapter 59. Or chapter 58. Chizuru goes to Kazuya. She's saying she lost her keys. Which she did. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. But it would be the reversal of that. Kazuya goes to her door. So it'd be more of a callback to anything else. And yeah, I think chapter 49 is a good one. I think the Endmars, what they said, I'd like that more. What if Minnie takes the text at face value and comes to help Chizuru move on? Thanks to giving you your best shot. Sorry, it didn't work out. No, that is not Minnie. Minnie is not that character. Minnie is not that character about moving on. That is not Minnie. Minnie hates that. Dude. Here's Minnie literally envying Kazuya because he has something he cares about so much, he never quits on it. She's not going to just help her move on. No. That is not Minnie. Minnie's going to be pissed. But the reversal will be in Chizuru's choices. How Chizuru chooses to handle Minnie will be different. This is about choices. What are your choices? I don't think Minnie is just going to take this lion down. Considering we said here's war, no. Minnie's not going to take this lion down. This is like Kyoko gets frustrated because she's the only one who doesn't know Godei struggles on his work in the cabaret. Kinda, and then she randomly runs into him. Yeah, I guess. Not quite the same, though. No, Kazuya will hear Minnie crash out, and then this time Kazuya isn't coming because of someone else, because of Chizuru. So he comes to protect Chizuru? Like before? I don't know. Minnie just walked through a fog gate and red-eye Chizuru on the other side. Oh my god. Oh, not realizing Minnie just walked into the boss fight. That's funny. How will Kazuya hear Minnie? He's miles away. He doesn't have super hearing. Superman! He comes to protect Chizuru and reveals they kissed without a reason to. No. This isn't Kazuya's battle to fight. This is not Kazuya's battle to fight. I don't like that. This is Chizuru's battle. The editor note literally says this is Chizuru's battle. This is her fight. This is not anybody else's fight. She needs to win this. Hello, Avdi. Welcome. The Dark Souls boss with that theme was an easy kill. I haven't played... So, okay. Rundown of my Soulsborne experience. I played Dark Souls 3. I played Bloodborne. And I played Elden Ring. I don't know if there was like any other ones I've played that I can remember off the top of my head. But I don't remember Dark Souls 3. It's been so long since I played it. Dark Souls... Oh, I played Demon Souls. I played the Demon Souls remake. That was pretty fun too. So yeah, I played like 4 of them. And I don't remember Dark Souls 3 for shit. I tried playing Dark Souls 1, and I hated how fucking ugly it is. It is such an ugly-ass game. I'm a person who really loves aesthetic, so if something's ugly, it's really hard for me to read. Like, it's actually pretty fucking hard for me to read. Like, there are games that I love dearly just purely on their fucking aesthetic and world design. And I fucking hate Dark Souls 1. Holy shit. It's so goddamn ugly. I think I own Sekiro, but I've yet to play it. Other than that, I'm not sure what other Dark Souls games I've played. Good question. Do you remember when Minnie and Kazuya had that moment when Kazuya realized Minnie is a woman and that she did the couples compatibility reading? We literally just went through that. Straight up. We were just reading that. Do you think that do you think that's going to influence how Minnie handles the news from Chizuru? I don't know. So we pretty much said Minnie and Chizuru are going to get into a fight. And we'll have to see how that plays out. But the reason Minnie picks love compatibility is because Minnie desperately wants love. It will be relevant. In that conflict. Minnie desperately wants love. Because Minnie constantly loses love because she stops caring about it. She stops caring about things a lot. And they always, and so she always lets go of it. She always gets detached. So she doesn't want to lose this thing. And that's why a part of the reason she texts love compatibility is because Minnie desperately wants love. And she just happens to feel that and experience that through Kazuya, which gives her the feeling that she wants love too. So she doesn't want their love to end as a byproduct of the fact that she desperately wants love. Minnie's actually quite insecure. Minnie is actually really fucking insecure, but she just doesn't look it to you. She just doesn't look insecure. She's really insecure. So Reiji that is going to be relevant. Minnie's insecurity about love and the reason she picks love in that moment, it's going to be relevant, just not how you think it is. It's going to be a recontextualization moment, you know? Hypothetically speaking, let's say Kazuya and Chizuru end up together. How could they handle Ruka? Stupid question, too soon. No, I think Kazuya or Chizuru will maybe go to tell Ruka. And we talked about this actually, John, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. We actually literally already talked about this. A part of Ruka already knows and already feels that Kazuya is actually happy without her. She's actively showering him with love, but the reason he's actually okay is because of Chizuru. She thinks he's okay because Chizuru's without Chizuru. She thinks he's moved on. The moment she realizes he hasn't moved on, and the only reason he was happy this whole time was because Chizuru was there, she'll realize, like, oh, our thing was never gonna work. Like, she literally, it's about Ruka learning to be selfless and just accept it. Just accept, okay, that's it. Nothing, like, our relationship was never going to work, and she just lets it go. And she chooses to be maybe friends. She chooses to be friends with them instead of choosing to be constantly an antagonist. The removal of Chizuru in the relationship between Kazuya and Ruka is crucial because it's literally about Ruka learning to realize, like, what Kazuya actually wants and not seeing Chizuru the thing she wants to be. And not seeing Chizuru, she realizes what Kazuya actually wants. And realizes why he doesn't invite her, why he doesn't let her in. In contrast, Kazuya finally being in Chizuru's life and literally seeing Umi is the importance of that relationship, because Kazuya is going to see his own self-worth in that relationship with Umi, contrasted by Umi, who has to accept like he's not in Chizuru's life anymore, that he hasn't seen her in these months and she wasn't thinking about him like he was thinking about her. She's already moved on with her life. She's already somewhere else. And Umi literally sees that. Umi already literally kind of got the thing that Ruka was ultimately going to get. And if anything, that's more of a thing for Chizuru to address so he can finally accept and be selfless and let her go. But also so that Umi realizes what really matters to Chizuru and actually tries to help her protect that. And Umi actually does like something good to actually help Chizuru for once, rather than actually get in Chizuru's way. Because most of what Umi does is actually get in the way of Chizuru. So I think it's setting up for Umi to do the right thing for Chizuru for once, just as it's setting up for Ruka to do the right thing for Kazuya for once. To actually step up and do the right thing for the person you care about. Because if you claim to love them, you will help them. So yeah, I think that's what that's setting up for. You say the fight with Chizuru's, you say this is a fight, this is Chizuru's fight, and that she is the one to win it. My question is, how do you think she'll win this battle? What weapon do you think she'll use to do so? I don't know. It's hard, but this is Chizuru's fight, but it's literally the fight to. I think the thing Chizuru needs to do is really show Minnie. Actually, I have the perfect answer for you. I have the perfect answer for you. I've fucking had it with you and trying to make fools of us. Are you still gonna try and saying this was just your job? Have you lost your mind? What do you mean it's a job? What do you mean I'm just a rental girlfriend? If those childish excuses are supposed to be a joke, then it's stop it right fucking now because I'm not laughing. Mommy-san, who's the one who said all that stuff about keeping secrets from grandma? What? You're laying the blame on me now? That proves you've been trying to seduce him all along this time ago, going all the way back. You use people, and I hate that about you. Going on and on about love and feelings and acting like you're as innocent as can be. Then you go as far as to lay a big fat smooch on him. When you put your paws on your client, what makes you any different from a back alley whore? You disgust me. I've had it. I'm calling your agency right now. Chizuru grabs her arm. You're the one who's being weird. Huh? Are you seriously? Please, both of you. Mommy-san, aren't you the one who's lying to herself about her feelings? Don't you think that being this obsessed with Kazuya-san is weird? Chizuru-san, what are you? I'm really sorry about everything that's happened this time. I don't have any excuse or explanation that would satisfy you. I admit that my actions are completely out of bounds for a rental girlfriend. I can't do anything more than plead with you not to report me to the agency. If you say I'm being defiant, I don't really have a room to argue with that. If my apologies aren't good enough, I'll bow all the way to the ground right here and now ask you to forgiveness. But even so, it's not too late to re-examine how you truly feel. Minnie sure is obsessed with Kazuya. She calls him master. She looks up to him. She's her fucking hero. She idolizes the shit out of Kazuya. This could be the reversal of that. And what did I say about mommy? If I can find it. Fine. I'll have to pull it up again. At least I kind of remember the chapter number now. Minnie is the reverse of mommy. Minnie is the reverse of mommy. But it'll be Minnie understanding what she wants out of love and learning to pursue love for herself rather than make it a conflict for Chizuru. I think that's going to be the important part. Minnie, through Kazuya and Chizuru, is going to learn to chase love and be honest about her love and want love in her life. How long do you think the separation will be? This seems to be the build up to the big arc. Oh, I don't even think this is like, I don't think this separation is going to last like any more, like a few more chapters at most. Maybe like 2 or 3 chapters at most. Legit. I actually think this will only last like a few more chapters. Because Kazuya literally already figured it out. He only needed a single chapter to figure it out. I really hope this breaks it off before she finds all this out. No, whether Chizuru finds it out or not does not matter. It does not matter. Her path is clear. Let's be clear. Jokes aside, Chizuru might be hostile towards Minnie. How her jealousy-driven hostility manifests may not even be clear. Chizuru is fresh off the high she just got from kissing Kazuya after. She also misses him very dearly, right? She clearly misses him very dearly. She really showed herself to him. Like, Chizuru does not want someone. Chizuru wants a friend right now. She doesn't need Minnie's bullshit. Chizuru wants a friend right now. She doesn't need Minnie's bullshit. And if Minnie starts shit like that, it'll be a fucking fight. And it seems like we're ready for a fucking fight, right? Chizuru wants a friend right now. She doesn't need bullshit. And she knows what she wants, ironically, because of Minnie. Ironically, because of Minnie, Chizuru knows what she wants. Right? And so that's the irony, is that Chizuru knows what she wants, Minnie doesn't. And Minnie is stubbornly clinging on to this thing she thinks should be done. And I think that will be the conflict. Minnie's stubbornness and obsession with this, and her inability to let it go. And understand why she's doing what she's doing. After all, she might just shuttle Minnie out of the door without a hitch, just as was planned. I don't think Chizuru will kick Minnie out. Maybe she gets pissed enough, she'll be like, get out, but I don't think so. I think Chizuru will call Minnie out and be like, what do you actually want? Which aligns perfectly with what's currently going on with the story, and Chizuru literally acting on want. Chizuru finally understanding what she wants and finally letting it out and letting Kazuya decide what he wants will probably call Minnie out on what she wants. What are you feeling? Why are you acting so weird? I think that's what this might be about. I feel like that's what Reiji's setting up. Since so much of this is about acceptance and want, it's about Minnie accepting what she wants and being honest and kind of like opening up. Has she been secretly in love with Kazuya the whole goddamn time, even though she's been shipping the two of them? Does she want her own love? What does Minnie want? Minnie never says what she wants. Besides what they want. She wants them to get together. How is that a desire? What do you want personally? Right? Ruka being there on that confrontation confuses really shows on her character that she doesn't know Kazuya at all. Oh yeah, Ruka in that scene is just... Ruka just wants to stop the fighting. She's just like, bro, I don't want any of this, right? But yeah, Ruka doesn't know how to respond to mommy. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But Chizuru knows. Chizuru knows exactly what's going on. What if Chizuru makes Minnie cry in their upcoming fight? Oh boy. Oh boy. See, you say that. You say that. Shit. Oh, shit. I kind of hope not. I don't want Chizuru to, like, destroy Minnie. Because I think she could. I kind of hope not. I'm so happy. What if she's like, I'm so sad. Or I'm so sorry. Oh, jeez. So either Minnie will find out about the kiss or she won't find out about the kiss. That's kind of the thing we're wobbling between. What's going to happen with Minnie, right? We don't know. I don't think Minnie will fight Chizuru. I think she's going to tell her, good, think you're clear that Kazuya can be free, and that maybe hint her wanting to go for Kazuya. Oh, you think Minnie will try to make her jealous? Huh. Minnie did try that before. Maybe Minnie is actually happy because she gets to be with Kazuya. Oh. Okay. Maybe that's what... Okay, that's a good one too. That's a good one too. Maybe Minnie will try to go after Kazuya now. That could be a good one too. Whereas before she was happy that they kissed and they got together. Maybe now she's happy because they're not together. And Minnie can go for it. Why is Minnie so... Oh, that explains why Minnie is so giddy. That could explain why Minnie is so giddy. That she's secretly actually kind of happy about this and she actually wants to get with Kazuya. Or maybe not. Who knows? It could be a flip. Literally, it's kind of hard to predict. It's kind of hard to predict. But Minnie kind of being happy about this is like, wow. Damn, Minnie. So we'll see. We have no way of knowing. We have no way of knowing. But I think they'll still like love and care for Minnie regardless. They won't like kick her out. They'll care for her. And they'll probably bring her back and give her that room for her. I just found it interesting. I don't know if it's completely correct, but there are signs. There are some signs that what you're saying has some merit to it. It does align somewhat with what you're saying. I don't know if it's completely correct. I'm just saying there is some merit to what you're saying. So just know my predictions are kind of all over the place. Regardless, I do think a fight might happen. Or, you know, why is Minnie so happy when she should not be happy? You know, that's the whole thing that's going on here. Why is Minnie so happy when she shouldn't be happy? Maybe it's just, like, that might not even happen, right? Understand that might not even happen, but there is some signs of that, you know? Because Minnie has tried to make her jealous before. Am I right in thinking you're suggesting Chizuru might ask Minnie something along the lines of, how do you manage to be so close to him? What's your secret? Or have I misunderstood? No, I don't know. I don't think so. But literally that idea is somewhat present there with chapter 235, where right here, she is so passionate. I envy her for that. Chizuru has the passion now, shouting at the top of her lungs that she loves him with no reservation at all. I can't stop over someone's feelings of love when these feelings I don't even understand. Okay, Chizuru understands her feelings now, but she is jealous of Minnie. That Minnie, like Kazuya opens up to Minnie. So Chizuru is somewhat jealous of that Kazuya opens up to Minnie like that. And she wants to be able to do that. So Chizuru expressing jealousy of Minnie will be important because, ironic, Minnie is kind of jealous of Chizuru. Minnie constantly says Chizuru's hotter than her, Chizuru's better than her, right? So it's kind of fitting that, like, I think that would be pretty empowering for a character like Minnie to know that someone is jealous of her when she's jealous of Kazuya and she's jealous of Chizuru. To know that Chizuru is jealous of Minnie, that Chizuru's jealous of her, would actually be pretty empowering for Minnie. And I genuinely think maybe after this, Minnie and Chizuru might come to a better understanding. I genuinely think after this, Minnie and Chizuru might come to a better understanding of each other and what they want. Or the fight might not end well. Who knows? Maybe last time, Minnie seemingly came to a better understanding of Chizuru. Maybe this time, Minnie comes to a better Chizuru becomes at a better understanding of Minnie, right? Whereas last time, Minnie understood Chizuru better, right? Maybe this time, Chizuru understands Minnie better, and in so doing, Minnie realizes what she did wrong, right? So Chizuru here knows she fucked up, and Minnie helps her realize how she fucked up. Maybe here, Chizuru is the one who helps Minnie realize how she fucked up, and helps her make a decision for herself. Literally like with Mommy. By the way, regarding the sad Chizuru in the last chapter, I don't know how to explain it, but for some reason I have a very clear sense that she's not actually sad. She's thinking about herself, about the kiss, about him, about the feeling she's now experiencing. Actually, I don't phrase it that quite right. I don't think she's really sad. I believe she's always deeply immersed in reflection, analyzing her emotions. I think so too. It's not just sadness. So a part of it is that she really, really opened up to Kazuya here, and that's scary. Right? She's like, what if I pushed him away? What if he doesn't come back? Literally everything caught here. The best way I said it last time, Everything Kazuya is thinking, Chizuru is thinking in a similar way. Every thought he has is the same. That's why when you see Kazuya thinking, it's contrasted by Chizuru's silence. Because everything he's thinking, she's thinking. She is deeply reflective of this, and she also misses him just like he misses her. Right? She's also just as distracted as he is. She's distracted. She's also constantly thinking about him too. She misses him deeply. It's not just sadness, right? There is more going on here. The reason why mommy called isn't important. Yeah, kind of. It is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. It probably is important. It probably has some sort of meaning behind it, but it also is. It's complicated, okay? It's complicated. I don't want to get into that right now. The Dark Souls 3 boss fight is the worst case scenario for Minnie and Chizuru. Yeah. Holy shit, you agree with something I said. I just found out on the date that Kazuya was in Joypolis with Minnie. Do you think Chizuru will have anything to say about that? Yeah. Minnie already went on a date with Kazuya already. She went to Joypolis with him. She hangs out with him all the time, right? That will be part of Chizuru's feelings, right? You go with him everywhere. You hang out with him everywhere. You're constantly with him. Holy shit. I'm at a friend's place shopping. I can go around noon. Master who? It's probably the one dude she keeps going on about. Joypolis? Sure, I'll see you in Odai by 1 o'clock then. Do you have class? Right? It's the one dude she keeps talking about. I'm pretty sure, like, I forgot where it was, but one of the girls literally asks her, like, oh, do you like him or something? Or it's the dude she keeps going on about. But, like, she literally talks about him constantly. Here she is, literally talking about him constantly. Hell, how does the practice day with Minnie end? I love you. Huh? Oh. She thought he said that to her. And she freaked the fuck out. How ironic. You even hear a badum. You hear her heart skip a beat. Her heart literally skips a beat when she hears this. Did Minnie almost fall for him on their date? We saw her blushing and she felt weak at the knees at some point. Yeah, Minnie really wants love. And she admires Kazuya. She idolizes him. He is literally her Oshi. Kazuya and Chizuru are both her Oshis. And so she ships them. But wouldn't you want to be with your Oshi? If you got that chance, wouldn't you want to be with your idol? The person you look up to, the person you idolize? What if that happened? Right? There's a double meaning to the whole thing with Minnie. She's both his friend, and at the same time, Minnie desires love. That love just happens to be Kazuya because of how committed he is, because he shows her a dream. She idolizes Kazuya. Minnie, in some ways, just as Minnie is the unifier and the divider, Minnie also misinterprets her feelings, right? And so when she sees the possibility of dating Kazuya, but she can fake it under the guise that, like, oh, we're going on a practice date, right? Suddenly it starts to become real. Just as Kazuya noticed, oh, Minnie's a girl too, Minnie also noticed, oh, he's a guy too. So Minnie also started catching feelings for Kazuya to some degree. But those feelings are an illusion. This is why Reiji directly references Don Quixote. In Don Quixote, right? The main dude, Quixote, is a dreamer, contrasted by Sancho, who's a pragmatist. And by the end of it, Sancho becomes a dreamer, whereas Don Quixote gives up on the dream. Minnie, by the end of it, started kind of believing in the idea of love, despite her pragmatic beliefs that, I'm not fit for this. But she wants it. Kazuya, and literally, this mirrors what Minnie told Chizuru when they were in the bath. I get everything you've been saying, and I know I'm not the position to ask you to be okay with everything and everything, but how do I put it? Maybe you could call it a dream. Minnie has a dream. I'm always around a ton of cute people, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you. Mostly cosplayers, mostly, and most cute people tend to do things for attention. But you're never like that. And compared to them, Master is, I guess you'd call him real. People are scaredy cats. Oh, that's out of my reach. Or, oh, I'm aiming too high. They find excuses to give up on things. I'm sure they just want to protect themselves is all. But when I think about the first time Master talked about you, to see someone's love outshine their fear is nothing short of brilliant. What matters most in life isn't the stuff you get buried with. It's all the moments that are burned into your memory. Even if you two don't work out, I'll still be in his corner. That's how I see him. Interesting. Wouldn't you argue you love him then? Minnie is the question of, can a guy and a girl be friends? And it's not anything weird. And there's no feelings and all that stuff. Can that happen? Is that normal? That's a common discussion that tends to happen a lot these days, where a lot of people will say, no, they can't be friends. And here's Minnie and Kazuya acknowledging that the other person is, a guy and a girl. They're realizing, Kazuya recognizes Minnie's gender, but he still views her as a friend. In contrast, Minnie actually kind of starts catching some feelings, and that raises the question: oh, what does Minnie want? Oh. And so I think it'll be that challenge to Minnie's character to accept that she can be Kazuya's friend, and that she can still find love too outside of Kazuya. It doesn't have to be him. In a way, Minnie mirrors Mami, and in a way, Minnie mirrors Ruka. Ruka felt the need that she couldn't find, that Kazuya was her destined one because she couldn't find anyone else. And so Kazuya to Ruka was essentially this idea of, oh, he completes me. He took me out of the monochrome world. He's my prince. He's my destined one. I won't find anyone else. Mami, in contrast, needs Kazuya to save her. She can't save herself. Minnie is unfit for a lonely battle, but she's pretty close with Kazuya, right? And she can be close with him all the time and not have to, and under the guise of being his friend. And she doesn't have to lose him, right? And so she keeps telling herself, like, it's not love, so she doesn't get hurt. So she doesn't suffer that pain. A lot of things were activated on the practice day, kinda. What do you think? Has Chizuru realized that she can get an answer she wants from Kazuya by using a reverse psychology? Not quite. Something like, of course you can't possibly love me, let alone desire me physically after everything that happened, or something like. No, I don't think so. No. I don't think she's doing that. I don't think so. Here's what I'm trying to say. Chizuru has somehow come to understand that Kazuya will avoid answering direct questions, but that he will respond and reveal his true feelings by denying her exaggerated or self-deprecating statements. She's figured out this is what works with him. I can kind of see that. Theoretically, I can kind of see that. That aligns with the no. That aligns with the no, you can't love me. But I don't think so. I think what Chizuru did in the earlier chapters was just not react and not give him anything without him saying anything in return, right? I'll do whatever you want. That's what she's doing. I'll do whatever you want. Whatever you want to do, I'll go with it. And if you tell me what you want, I'll do it. That, to me, feels more like what Chizuru is doing. I'll do whatever you want, right? That's to me feels more like what Chizuru is doing, not using reverse psychology. She doesn't. Whenever he's faking it, she doesn't react. Whenever he tells her his real feelings, she does react. That's what I'm seeing. So, like, when we run into her here, she's acting normal. She sees the fish keychain. He gives her that. Well, she wants him to have the fish keychain. She does what she wants. It's selfish. She does a selfish thing, and she says, "You can have this." Really? Are you sure? Yeah. More. I get it. You don't need it after all. I don't need it, but that doesn't mean I don't want you to have it. She doesn't tell him. She wants him to have it. Well, tell me when you leave, okay? Right? Tell me when you're heading out. Right? I don't know if she's doing so. I don't see it as reverse psychology. The no thing that was happening that night. I don't know if it was reverse. I don't think that was reverse psychology. I think she was saying no to, like, it's hard to explain. The reason she was saying no, we already explained it, is that she was saying no because that's all she had left. And it wasn't trying to use reverse psychology. It's that, but in that moment, maybe it was. Maybe in that moment it was. Like, in that moment, she was maybe using an element of reverse psychology because she kept saying no, he kept saying yes. In that moment. I don't know about after. Because that would be counter to the kiss, right? When he finally said what he wanted, she gave him what he wanted. But, like, literally, all she's doing is just giving him what he wants. He steps out of the door, right? Steps out of the door. He makes a joke, just kidding, right? I'm leaving the nest. Everything should be kept tidy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right? She's kind of zoned out a little bit. If anything, I would argue Chizuru is more zoned out. She has a lot on her mind. Kazuya reaches the door, and she opens the door for him. Oh, I'll open it for you. Sorry for not noticing sooner. I didn't notice. Sorry for not noticing what you want sooner. It's right there. Sorry for not noticing sooner. Sorry for not paying attention sooner. It's not reverse psychology. As he steps out, he's walking away. He remembers the smile and he turns to her. And he says that. And then she kisses him. Now, we don't know exactly what Chizuru is thinking then, and we'll probably get an explanation eventually, but I don't see it as reverse psychology. Minnie made Kazuya act like her perfect boyfriend, not Chizuru's. Correct. Yes. It wouldn't surprise me if Minnie was in love with Kazuya and didn't know it herself until she finds out about the kiss Chizuru gave Kazuya and she feels jealous. Pretty much. And how ironic that she criticizes Chizuru for not understanding her feelings for Kazuya. And then here she is not recognizing she actually loves him or feels something attracted, feels something towards him. How ironic. Isn't that fucking ironic that Minnie, the character who's literally calling Chizuru out and telling her what you're feeling is love, and Chizuru's like, I don't think it is. I'm misunderstanding. Something must be wrong. And here's Minnie literally in her boat. Minnie is literally in Chizuru's boat. She's literally acting just like her, not realizing she's doing the same exact goddamn thing. How ironic. My friend who ships Minnie and Kazuya would be giddy as fuck, except that ship has sailed, bro. Someone said Sakura solo AOT verse, even the Eren finding Titan. Is that right? What do you think? What? Sakura solos the AOT verse, even Eren with the founding Titan. That's weird thing to ask when coming into this. I don't think so. I think that'd be no. That they have guns and missiles and bombs and no. I don't see it. Sakura is really fucking strong. And she could probably take down a Titan easy. But I don't think so. But yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. That's a weird one. Out of all the love interests, Minnie would be the most dangerous for Chizuru. She could make huge moves, so I hope Chizuru opens up and tells her how she really feels. Uh that would literally never go anywhere. That's the irony. Kazuya does not feel that way about Minnie, and it would literally never go anywhere. Otherwise, you may have a serious amount of drama coming. I don't think so. I don't think Minnie would ever act that way towards Chizuru. Yes, everyone is selfish to some extent, but Minnie truly knows just how deeply Kazuya loves Chizuru. Exactly. Moreover, Minnie genuinely respects Chizuru. Trying to make a move on her boyfriend would be, at the very least, deeply disrespectful. Yeah, and Minnie deeply cares for Chizuru, and like she really cares about both of them, so she would never do that. Um, and even if she had feelings, like she would realize like why she has these feelings. I don't think Minnie would ever do that to hurt them. Minnie doesn't want to hurt them, and Minnie realizing she's been hurting them this whole time is would actually crush her. I think Minnie realizing she's been hurting them this whole time would actually fucking crush her. And I think Minnie might realize that she has been hurting them this whole time. Plus, what it's not Chizuru who finds out her feelings for Kazuya when Chizuru kisses him. It's not Chizuru who finds out her feelings for Kazuya when she kisses him. Oh, you mean Minnie? Oh, I kind of doubt Minnie would kiss Kazuya, but that would be kind of funny. I would say that she isn't the same boat. She isn't on the same boat as Chizuru because Kazuya loves Chizuru and she doesn't know how she feels. Minnie, on the other hand, loves someone who loves someone else. But Minnie doesn't even know she loves Kazuya. She literally doesn't know. He's her Oshi. She idolizes him. She literally doesn't know. Shipping request, Minnie and Kibe? Nah. Terrible fucking ship. That's a terrible fucking ship. Um Nah, I don't think so. You know which would be an interesting ship? Umi and Minnie. Umi and Minnie would be an interesting ship. That would be an interesting ship. Minnie and Sumi is a good ship. True. True. Minnie and Sumi is a good ship too. I agree with that one. Umi is lame, but it does have some good in him. And I think Minnie being the flip of Chizuru would be the perfect counter to Umi. I think Umi like literally Minnie literally transforming Umi into a better person would be so interesting. Kibe and Ruka? No. Kibe and Ruka? No. No. Terrible match. Terrible fucking match. If anything, I think Kibe is closer to Mami and Ruka probably with Curry. I think Kibe would be a terrible fucking match with Ruka. Kibe would need to get someone from main cast who do Kibe would I don't Kibe doesn't need to get anybody from the main cast, but I think Mami and Kibe kind of work with each other. They're literally the reverse of each other without realizing it. So I think those two would kind of be an interesting pair. Ruka will remain single, or she'll find someone. I don't think so. But yeah, I think Minnie and Umi would be so interesting, even though I ship Minnie and Sumi. Kibe despises Mami. I don't think so. Nothing said he despises her. We need more Kibe, not less. We need less Kibe. Sorry, bro. Unless Kibe actually fucking changes a little more, less Kibe. Kibe not being involved in the story right now is fantastic because he's actually not in their fucking way for once. Kibe is always in their goddamn way. He literally always is in the goddamn way. And for once, he knows when to step the fuck back and limit his interactions with them. And it's been helping. Minnie is turning into the girl on Reddit who helped her crush get with the girl he likes, only to be devastated when he actually gets with the other girl and not her. Kibe is the hero to get haters in the series. I don't know what you're saying. You'll have to rephrase that. Anyways, it is fascinating that we might get to explore more of Minnie's character. I really want to see more of that. I really want to see more of Minnie's character and understand what the fuck is going on with her. I hope next chapter gives us some recontextualization of Minnie's character. That would genuinely be fascinating. I want that desperately. I want some crazy recontextualization of Minnie's character. I also think isn't it fitting that we start the chapter with a taxi driver taking Kazuya to his new home, talking about his past, and who ends up showing up in their end, right? So we have the taxi driver contrasted by Minnie. Whereas the taxi driver takes Kazuya to his place and tells him this story that doesn't matter, you have Minnie showing herself as the unifier, right? So the dude at the start presents himself as is seemingly talking about division, contrasted by unity. The dude at the start is talking about division, contrasted by unity. He's talking about betrayals, lies, adultery, contrasted by innocence and beauty, right? And he's driving Kazuya home. And that dude, his words have no impact, right? His words have no impact. He is just a stranger. And that is contrasted by Minnie at the end, who looks innocent. It's contrasted by Minnie at the end, who looks innocent, but may actually be more destructive than she appears. So in that sense, we're bookended. Minnie feels almost like a stranger by the end of this. She walks into her home, and she feels like a stranger in her own home. And that's so fascinating, right? That contrast between the driver at the start, literally driving Kazuya to his destination. He's driving him away from Chizuru, and yet the line here reads, he's taking him to his new destination, a whole new amazing chapter, a whole new amazing arc. Contrasted by Minnie, who walks in claiming to be the unifier, and yet she may in fact be the divider, right? She walks home to this place, and then she leaves tomorrow. She could in fact be the divider. Kibe is the Giga Chad who haters like. And Kibe is a cynic. Kibe is literally the fucking cynic who is literally just, constantly conforming to reality. Like that's literally how Reiji wrote him. Kibe is like the character who gives in to the cruel reality and just says, you know what? He's the guy who says it is what it is. He's the guy who says it is what it is. And I think that's kind of funny that this is the character people connect with and root for. It's ironic because they root for Mommy for exactly similar reasons. That Mommy is the nihilist. Mommy is a nihilist who can't believe in dreams, and that she actually desperately wants to believe in dreams. You're literally siding with a person who's gaslighting herself. That's fucking hilarious to me. Question about cheating. Kazuya is so real with Minnie while hiding on Chizuru. So technically Kazuya is cheating by not being real in front of Chizuru. No, that's not cheating. He's showing he's hiding himself, but that's not cheating. Yeah, I don't think so. Ooh. Oh. This is about Minnie and Chizuru. Oh. How did I not see it? This is about Minnie and Chizuru. Minnie's gonna assume Chizuru is seeing Umi in the background. And that's why she turned down Kazuya. She's gonna be like, I saw you with Umi before. That's why. Both him and I saw you before. That's why. Betrayal and lies, contrasted by innocence. Whereas this dude talks about betrayal and lies, and Kazuya and Chizuru are focused on innocence, Minnie comes home appearing innocent, but in reality, she might actually assume a whole lot about what's going on. She's the audience surrogate. She's going to say exactly what the haters and the angry people are saying, making a whole bunch of assumptions. Minnie's gonna make a whole bunch of assumptions. You've been and what does the dude say? My girlfriend at the time got together with some guy she was working with at the bar, you know, on the weekend and stuff. I saw you with Umi before, right? I ran into them near the apartment she was living at around, and he started throwing fists seriously. Minnie is going to get into a fight with Chizuru. Not necessarily an actual physical fight, but a verbal one. I was rolling in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, so he was no match for me. I had already another girl too, so I didn't really care. Oh, but I'm already with Kazuya. He already has someone else, so I don't really care. Wow. Minnie is gonna be like, well, I saw you with Umi last time. You were never serious about Kazuya. And then Chizuru's gonna be like, what is this actually about? You're always hanging out with Kazuya, you're always going out with him, you're always with him. Are you actually in love with Kazuya? Is this what this is actually about? Wow, okay. Okay. Wow. Damn. Minnie really is the audience surrogate. Wow. Okay, so looks like that's what it is. Or my assumption. That's my assumption. Minnie is gonna be like, oh, I saw you with Umi last time. Where it's like, well, you were with Kazuya on a date. You went on a practice day with Kazuya. You're always hanging out with him. Right? She's like, oh, we're just friends. Are you? Are you? He tells you everything. He opens up about everything. Right? Are you? Do you love him? And Minnie probably just, she's like, no, we're friends. You probably can't answer. Oh, shut up about Kazuya needing to be saved. Kibe needs to save Kazuya, please. Please. Kazuya isn't some... Kibe and Sumi would be great. Terrible fucking pair. Terrible fucking pair. Actually terrible. Genuinely terrible pair. So Minnie's gonna come in swinging with Umi x Chizuru accusations. Yeah, probably. Not necessarily right away, but she's gonna be pissed. And Chizuru's gonna call her out. This can also be used to address Kazuya acting like that because he's under pressure on Umi and other guys who will confess to Chizuru. Minnie with Umi x Chizuru's accusation and Chizuru with her jealousy over Kazuya x Minnie openness. Yeah. Chizuru and Umi's secret versus Kazuya and Minnie's openness. How ironic. Right hand. Now that's the perfect match for Kibe. Well said. Well said. No, I think that's very silly. That it's not just drama for drama's sake. It works. It is a good fight to have between Chizuru and Minnie. They need to have a fight because Minnie is so stuck idolizing Chizuru, she's not seeing her. They need to fight over this, even if it's stupid. I've said this before, a huge theme of this story is that, like, no matter how small or stupid you think something is, it's not small. And the drama works thematically. The conflicts make fucking sense. Why do you hate Kibe so much? The dude is legit a good friend, man. It's not his fault Kazuya never tells him his truth about anything. It's not Kazuya's fault his friend assumes about a whole lot of shit. Kazuya's a massive part of Kazuya's insecurity is a byproduct of how Kibe used to treat him. Kibe literally... Here. Sorry, just gotta check something here. Kibe is a good friend and a terrible friend. Every time you glaze him, I will point out what he does wrong. Because I cannot stand people glazing Kibe. because I do not think he's as amazing a person as people think he is. Kibe is a good person, but he does really shitty things too. One of the biggest shitty things he does at the early start of the series, he tells Kazuya to just move on from Mami. He downplays his feelings. He's not there for him when he fucking needs him. He constantly downplays Kazuya's feelings. That's why they get into a fist fight. Because Kibe actively downplays Kazuya's feelings. And that's why they end up fighting. Kazuya literally gets mad at him. What do you fucking know about my feelings? Right? He told him a bunch of times about how much he fucking feels about Mami. And then Kibe keeps downplaying his feelings. It's not that Kibe doesn't care. You don't have to go in details. I know what he did. It's just normal shit. So why do you asked, okay, bro, you asked me a question and then you tell me don't go into detail. You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's not how it fucking works. Right? You want me to explain why I don't like Kibe? Kibe fucks up a lot. For instance, in Hawaiians, the chapters that were recently adapted, Kazuya tells Kibe that he might be lying about something, that he's lying to his grandma about something and it has something to do with Chizuru. And Kibe tells him a story about Nagomi and how we would all be in hell if we lie to someone who cares this much about our happiness. Cool. That's great, buddy. But you just made Kazuya isolate when he was trying to open up to you. And Kibe does this again after Hawaiians. He puts these expectations on Kazuya, telling him, if you two break up now, I'll fucking kill you with a chainsaw. What the fuck, dude? You put expectations on him again. And then Chizuru comes to Kibe in a similar way that Kazuya came to Kibe, asking about Kazuya. And Kibe realizes, shit, I fucked up again. He made the same exact mistake again. Kibe's issue is that he keeps involving himself and then keeps not letting people in. He involves himself and then he doesn't let them in. And he's being a good friend and a terrible friend at the same time. Because of what happens in Hawaiians, it made Kazuya feel like the only thing he can do is confess. If Kibe had let him open up about this and not gone into that deep story, instead telling him, bro, you can open up to me. I'll be your homie, man. I'll be on your side. Don't worry about it. I'll help you resolve this. We wouldn't have ended up here. Kibe's good intentions are paved with his shitty, with a messy road, a terrible road, right? Like, Kibe is not a bad person, but he does bad shit in the story. He's not a good friend. There's a reason Kazuya opens up to Minnie and he doesn't open up to Kibe. There's a very simple reason why Kazuya constantly opens up to Minnie and not to Kibe. Because Kibe has all these expectations he puts on Kazuya and he's still doing that even now. He's not being a good friend. Right? Kazuya trusts Minnie so much because she doesn't judge him. She knows everything and she's still on his fucking side. Literally like Chizuru. Minnie feels like a safe space for Kazuya. Kibe doesn't. And Kibe still doesn't. Kazuya hangs out with Kibe, but he doesn't tell him about everything. Because Kibe is judgmental, and Kibe knows this. Kibe knows he's judgmental. And that's why he just butts out. Whenever something's going wrong, not my business. I'm leaving it alone because he knows he will judge. Kibe is starting to become better in that he knows when to keep his fucking distance and leave it the fuck alone. It's not your problem. Don't assume. Don't constantly try to engage. That's Kibe's biggest fucking mistake. Make no mistake about Kibe, he unapologetically talks shit about Kazuya. Yeah, he constantly talks shit about Kazuya. It's his fucking girlfriend, no less. Like, they should be dating now. Here he is talking shit about his mate. But he tells her he'll make you happy too. And it's like, bro, come on. Kibe is constantly beating the crap out of Kazuya, always jumping on him and fists and raises a single time. Yeah, Kibe punched his best friend twice. All on assumptions. Purely on fucking assumptions. And he even admits he made assumptions and he looks like a jackass. Like, literally, he loses his shit on Kazuya without the full information. Instead of asking Kazuya, and Reiji literally says this. Reiji literally says Kibe is the person who swings first and asks questions later. Right? That's Kibe's problems. His actions and his words hurt. They may come from a good. He is a mirror of Nagomi. He is a mirror. He is Nagomi in Kazuya's best friend's form. He has good intentions. That's not what he's conveying. You can have good intentions, but how you convey them matters. And how he conveys them is fucking terrible. Just as Nagomi seemingly cares very deeply for Kazuya. Like, a whole lot. She really wants him to be happy. And yet, all the time, she tells him to conform. She tells him, oh, is this what someone else wants? Is this what Chizuru wants? Do it. Is this how you become a better man? Do it. She constantly forces him into roles. These expectations she actively sets on him are the fucking problem. That's why expectations are a massive fucking issue in this arc. That's why one of the reasons Chizuru lists is that she feels guilty about Kibe and Nagomi. When she turns Kazuya down, chapter 380, one of her reasons is Kibe and Nagomi. The other two reasons are mommy and her grandmother. See what I mean? That stuff is important, that these characters and their expectations are actively stopping these characters from being themselves. And that's why Nagomi is contrasted by Sayuri, who sees the best in Kazuya, even though she can see the signs that, like, Kazuya has bad stuff to his character. She doesn't judge him by this stuff. She views him by the best of his character. She actually actively tells him, no, you are good enough. She sets expectations and then praises him and tells him he is good enough. Whereas Nagomi actively puts Kazuya down because she thinks tough love is how it'll help him. When it's literally never fucking worked. Tough love doesn't fucking work, dude. Like, and she actively keeps trying to do it. That's how Nagomi and Chizuru contrast. Chizuru knows when to be tough and when to be supportive. Nagomi doesn't. Nagomi is just tough all the fucking time. Right? She's always just really strict and harsh on him. Even when she's understanding of Kazuya, even in chapter 3, even when she's understanding of Kazuya, she still puts the expectation of, I want you to at least get one girlfriend, dude. And it's like, why does that fucking matter to you so much? You want him to be happy and you constantly tell him you want him to have a girlfriend. Okay, like, just all Nagomi needs to do is just tell him, like, I just want you to be happy. It doesn't matter what I want. Your choice, I'm proud of you. Has Nagomi ever told Kazuya she's proud of him? Ever? No, I do get it. The phrase, you have your cake and eat it too. It is weird, but you get my point. Remember, it was Kibe who messed on Kazuya's flower pot. Yeah, it was literally Kibe who fucked over Kazuya's flower pot. And through fucking it over, Kazuya persevered anyway and made something even better. Here's another good point about Rent-A-Girlfriend. The childhood friend is not the best friend. Yeah. Kazuya treats him like the best friend, but in reality, Minnie is closer to a best friend to Kazuya. Kibe's getting the ferry tickets was basically him knocking over the plant. Yeah, but Kazuya made something even better, you know? Damn, it's true. I didn't think he was bad intentions. Kazuya would just gone back to mommy. Yeah. And so Kibe does help, but in, like, the wrong ways, right? Like, Kibe does help Kazuya, but just, by hurting him first, which is, kind of messy. I don't know, man. I think, if anything, I would argue that what he did in Hawaiians is kind of the reverse of what he did here. Whereas in the beach, sorry. In the beach, Kibe hurt Kazuya's feelings a lot, but he did ultimately help him find real love, which is great. On the other hand, in Hawaiians, Kibe seemingly turned on Chizuru, right? In Hawaiians, Kibe hella turned on Chizuru. So that's kind of important too. It's like, Kibe on one hand helps Kazuya, on the other, he can also do bad things. He's not like some perfect saint, right? So the official prediction, Minnie swings with Umi x Chizuru, Chizuru counters with Minnie x Kazuya. Kibe would probably be the first conspiracy theorist just to accept Earth is round, man. Kibe is the social rule. Kibe would probably fist the conspiracy theorists just accept Earth is round. Some people are happier single, and that's okay. I do think Kibe should find love. Kibe has that told him about Nagomi actually thinks. Again, tough love doesn't always work, and I think Kibe, when he actually meets his friend with real understand, like literally, what Kibe does with the ferry tickets is really important because that's when Kibe is actually being honest. In contrast to swinging at Kazuya first, right? When he stops swinging and he actually is Kazuya's friend, Kibe is actually helpful. When Kibe is like literally that's when Kibe is helpful. That's like one of the few times Kibe is actually genuinely helpful. When Kibe stops swinging and actually tries to be Kazuya's friend, he does good stuff. When Kibe is actively like assuming of how Kazuya should act, that's when Kibe fucks up. And that's why he keeps his distance. Kibe and Nagomi are one of the reasons behind Kazuya's low self-esteem. Not the only reason, but a significant one, why he's so lacking in confidence. Because from neither Kibe nor Nagomi, he'll ever hear anything good about himself. Not only the word, but comes along. And it's because they have a hard time showing how much they fucking care about him. And they're just kind of fucking weird about it, you know? But they do care about him. And they just need to drop that illusion that they need to act a certain way and just tell him you love him, dude. Right? Nagomi, when she had that chat with Kazuya in the resort, ended up guilt tripping him so fucking hard that he got trapped in the illusion of the confession so badly, he ended up hurting and cornering Chizuru. That thing Nagomi said then fucked him up so hard. Because what she's saying is right, but how she's approaching it is terrible. Like, literally, she's right, but what she's saying is fucking terrible. Like, oh, I didn't see your worth as my grandson. I'm so sorry. She could have just said, I'm proud of you. You helped Chizuru out. I'm proud of you. Instead, she says, I'm sorry for not seeing you. Like, she feels the need to apologize because she thinks she fucked up. And she did fuck up. But she doesn't realize like the way she could have done it is told him how proud she is of him. Instead, she apologizes, which makes him feel guilty. Not realizing that by trying to apologize to your grandson, who has always felt like he wasn't good enough, you've actually done the wrong thing. Yeah, that's Kibe's big problem is he's a strike first, ask questions later guy. But then when he asks questions, he actually does the right thing. That's the whole point of the beach arc. When he finally asks questions, he actually does the right thing. Like, Kibe does do good stuff, right? It only happens when he stops being a jackass. It literally only happens when he stops being a jackass for a fucking second. And just actually just stops swinging and starts giving good advice. Right? And he does improve on that a few times. But he falls back on that habit of swing first, ask questions later. A little too much, you know? Like, he needs to trust his friend more. And that cynicism versus trust is showcased in the Hawaiians arc, where Kazuya chooses to trust Chizuru, and Kibe tells him, you shouldn't be so trusting of people. Kibe chose not to trust, Kazuya did. And Kazuya got proven right. Typical Asian grandmas. Our granny was that way too when she was with us. Nagomi apologizes in Hawaiians, but never atones in Kazuya's behalf later. She apologizes to Chizuru, but I think Nagomi's like character resolution is to finally say she's proud of Kazuya. And she's like, I always thought you were amazing. Like, she needs to say that, dude, at some point. Nagomi needs to say that to Kazuya. And be like, hey, yo, I was always proud of you, dude. But that's like way later down the line. Like, we're talking like way later down the line. Like, you know, that's just Nagomi and Minnie have something in common. Investment in Kazuya's romantic life. Oh my God. It's true. It's true. How are we doing on time? Oh my god, I unintentionally dragged this to 4 hours and 30. We're at 4 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna set a timer. You got me for 20 more minutes. Actually, my phone is pretty much out of battery. So maybe like 5 more minutes, and then that's it. Oh, this thing's so peak, bro. Sorry, I'm just checking Twitter really quick. About to get a visit from Sideways Johan. Sideways Johan is gonna go away shortly. Don't you worry. Ooh, I should start using these. Reishi made some of these art pieces for the line group chat he has that you can only get access to in Japan. So sucks to suck. But that would be kind of cool. I could use some of those art pieces. Oh yeah, I guess the other thing we can talk about. Summer is literally about to start in canon. Like in the story, summer is literally about to start. Or wait, when does summer actually start? When doesn't summer start in like July or mid June? Start. It starts on June 20th. So they're about to get into the the deep part of spring. Kazuya is still born in spring. So his birthday is in June 1st. Yeah, it's June 20th. It's one day after my birthday. Spring, literally summer starts one day after my birthday. So literally, yeah, June 21st for them. So literally it's almost Kazuya's birthday for one. Yeah, it's almost Kazuya's birthday for one. And we're literally in the middle of spring. Like shit's about to get really fucking good in the story, dude. Kazuya is like in the spring of his youth, bro. Oh, good for him, man. Chizuru is gonna be his birthday present. Hell yeah. Where can I find adult Minami asking for scientific reasons? Adult Minami? Here is this person. Here is the other Reiji's account. This is where you can find it. I don't think it's in the manga yet, but here's where you can find it. Speaking of Kazuya's birthday, it'll be the same. It'll be to celebrate in his family home, and Ruka will be there clinging to the fuck to him. I doubt it. I think this time it'll be the opposite. Chizuru will be there. I think Ruka will actually just be his friend this time. I hope Kazuya has a fantastic birthday, dude. He needs it. He deserves it. He needs an amazing fucking birthday. He fucking deserves an amazing ass birthday, dude. Like Chizuru had a great second birthday. Kazuya needs a new birthday, you know? Kazuya needs a good ass birthday. How we doing on time? Oh, you lost me, it looks like. I might have opened something by accident and you lost me. Well, let me reconnect and do my outro. Okay. Let's zoom into me. I'm going to do my outro. So thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe, the like button, hit the bell icon, keep up with the uploads, all that fun stuff. Consider supporting me on Patreon. I'd really appreciate it. And of course, in the Discord down below, I have the Discord linked in the description down below. Sometimes I've noticed some people don't get access for some reason. So just let me know if you try to join the Discord and you can't. Just write it in a comment below, and I'll check it out, and I'll see what I can do, and I'll send you a new link or something. I don't know why it keeps happening. I have to check what the fuck is wrong with it. Anywho, I've been Faye, and remember, let's mosey. Okay, I did the outro. That's what matters. The outro is done. There shouldn't be anything else to say. I think we did. Today was good, right? We went through a decent amount of stuff. Today was kind of fun, right? Either way, the camera's about to die, so I'm just gonna turn it off. And I will just kind of end it here for now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'm really looking forward to his birthday. So am I. I think next chapter is going to be good. Again, we said what our next chapter would be. Reiji kind of gave us clues with this one. Adultery contrasted by innocence. Reiji already gave us clues right here. Let me switch to just normal display. Yeah, again, Reiji already gave us clues about the contrast between adultery and innocence. And so that matches perfectly with Minnie and her own assumptions about everything. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's going to be interesting seeing Minnie and Chizuru have a conflict. So I like how I was right about a fight, but the fight was between Minnie and Chizuru. I like how we were right about a fight, but the fight was between Minnie and Chizuru. We got a kiss. So all that would be left if Chizuru and Minnie get into a fight would be sex and proposal. Bro. Bro. All the theories are coming true. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. All my theories are coming true. Minnie versus Chizuru. Yeah. Literally, that's going to be next chapter. That's what it is. It's going to be interesting seeing how they get into a fight, you know? I'm actually very much looking forward to it. Okay. I'll end it here. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. Don't want to linger on this too long. I don't know if I'll stream again. I'll see. If I do stream again, when would you guys want it? When would you want me to stream if I do stream again? Should I just wait until the chapter comes out? I guess I can work on like some videos. I got halfway into editing my reaction the other day, but I didn't finish it. And yesterday I was beat. Yesterday I was fucking dying. I was gonna stream yesterday after I got back from work, but I felt like death and depression and like all sorts of annoying crap. But today I feel okay, so that's good. I don't know. Tomorrow is Friday. Oof. Tomorrow's Friday. Here's hoping Trash Taste doesn't like, you know, shit on this series again for the billionth fucking time. It never ends. It never ends. It's literally been literally even Crunchyroll is fucking doing it now. It's getting so old. It's getting so fucking old. And then I don't know. Here's hoping nothing happens with Trash Taste tomorrow. I hate that I think about that like all the time. That makes me so annoyed that I think about that all the time. It's like, oh, I hope they don't do anything to, you know, smear the story some more. But it's inevitable. Hate is just inevitable. So it's just better to accept it and not worry about it. Anywho, I'll just end it here. All right. Oh yeah, and again, remember, I always have to preface this. Please be respectful, even if we don't like the people that we talk about sometimes, or even if we don't agree with like Gaunt's opinions or Gigok or whoever. Just be respectful, right? Just be nice to other people. Like even if we don't like what people say, just remember to always be nice and respectful. I don't want us to be rude and cruel to other people, even if they themselves are. Just, you know, we call them out, and that's good. And that's plenty in my opinion. Okay. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. Wait. The chapter comes out on Tuesday. What the fuck am I talking about? Oh, I did want to cover the anime at some point. I'm not sure what to cover about the anime at the moment. I kind of want to cover that, but I don't know what to cover about it at the moment. Like, there's the openings, there's the episodes so far. I have no idea what to say about it, so we'll have to see. Anywho, I think that's it. Okay, bye.